decreased by 88%. Lahat ata ng budget ay napunta na sa rail sector, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but I think it warrants an explanation. We ask the department to justify this complete realignment in priorities. Before we call on each of the agencies to make their presentation, I ask the committee secretary to read for the record the agency's representatives who will represent their budget for the committee's consideration. Please turn your cameras on so that we know that you're really there. Go ahead, committee secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Department of Transportation, we have Secretary Jaime J. Bautista, together with USEC Kim Robert C. De Leon, USEC Amelie R. Lontok, USEC Timothy John Batan, USEC Elmer Sarmiento, USEC Roberto Silim, USEC Cesar B. Chavez, USEC Mark Steven C. Pastor, and ASEC Georgette B. Aquino, ASEC Leonel De Velez, ASEC Paula Domingo, ASEC Jesus Nathaniel Gonzalez, ASEC Enrique Antonio Esquivel. For the legal service, we have Attorney Rainier Paul R. Yebra, Director Marisa Malabag, Director Peñafrancia Alzona, Director Joel Laguerta, Director Lalaine Cortez, and Ms. Jenna Flor Lagdameo and Attorney Julius Yano for the DOTR. For the Office of Transportation Cooperatives, we have OIC Crescenciana Galvez and Ms. Eleanor C. Tupas. For the Toll Regulatory Board, we have OIC Josephine T. Turbulencia, Ms. Julita B. Binco. And for the Philippine Coast Guard, we have Commandant Artemio Abu. And for the Philippine Ports Authority, we have OIC General Manager Francis Mansile. For the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy, we have Commodore Joel Abutal. For the Office of Transportation Security, we have Administrator Maor Aplaska. For the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines, we have Director General Manuel Antonio Tamayo, together with Attorney Danjun Lucas. For the Manila International Airport Authority, we have General Manager Cesar Chong, and together with Assistant General Manager Irene G. Montalvo. For the Civil Aeronautics Board, we have Executive Director Carmelo Arcilla. For the Metro Rail Transit Line 3, we have General Manager Federico Canar. For the Light Rail Transit Authority, we have Administrator Hernando Cabrera. For the Philippine National Railways, we have Assistant General Manager Celeste Lauta, together with Ms. Jo Geronimo. For the Land Transportation Franchising and Regulatory Board, we have Chairperson Sheloy Garafil and Executive Director Attorney Robert T. Pig. For the Land Transportation Office, we have ASEC Teofilo Jojo Guadis, together with Executive Director Horacio Enrico Bona. For the Maritime Industry Authority, we have Officer in Charge Sonia Malaluan, together with Attorney Marivic Ramos. And for the Department of Budget and Management, we have Maria Cecilia Socorro M. Abogado, together with Sherry May Luz Mateo. And for the Commission on Audit, we have Ms. Carmela Marcos, together with Nanita Valdez Talion, Darvin James M. Domingo, and Noreden Mirato. That's all for now, Madam Chair. The others will be joining later. Thank you.
Thank you to our Secretariat. May we proceed with the presentations? May I ask the good Secretary Bautista. Sir, welcome to our discussion today. I would also like to recognize the presence of Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. Before we proceed with our line of questions, I would like to ask the DOTR how many presentations you have.
We have only one presentation, Madam Chair.
So it's a consolidation of all the other attached agencies.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, may we request you to begin with your presentation, please?
Thank you, honorable members of the Senate, fellow workers in government. I have the honor to present to you the proposed 2023 budget of the Department of Transportation as endorsed by the Department of Budget and Management to Congress. In the submitted National Expenditure Program, the total amount proposed for the DOTR and its attached agencies is 167.12 billion, which is 120% higher than the 75.827 billion level approved under the 2022 General Appropriations Act. Although we wish to note that the DBM recommended level is actually only around 30% of the original proposal of DOTR, amounting to 564 billion pesos. It can be seen on the slide that bulk of the increase is intended for the projects of the Office of the Secretary Central Office, particularly to support the ongoing implementation of various railway projects as highlighted by President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. in his first State of the Nation address. By object of expenditure, the biggest chunk of the budget will go to capital outlays for the priority infrastructure projects. 3 attached agencies will also have access to special accounts such as the Seatbelt Fund for the LTO, Tonnage Fee for Marina, and NCASC Fund for the Office of Transport Security. We now go to the details of the Department of Transportation budget. This slide outlines the breakdown of the budget by sector, wherein 153 billion is dedicated to the rail sector, constituting 417% increase from prior year's allotment due to the progress of the government's railway projects. The aviation sector was provided with 2.489 billion for 5 key airport development projects, while the maritime sector was provided with 859 million pesos to support foreign assisted projects of the sector. Finally, the road sector was provided with 1.787 billion pesos, with details to be provided in the succeeding slides. The amount of 12.658 billion pesos was provided for right-of-way acquisition for all the ongoing projects, although this is far below the actual requirement of the department to ensure compliance with the President's directive of full speed ahead. We now go to the details of the infrastructure projects. All sectors were provided with a 1 million allocation for the construction, rehabilitation, and improvement of transport infrastructure that may be tapped within the year. Also under the rail sector is the subsidy for MRT3 at around 7.11 billion pesos. The proposed budget also includes the GOP counterpart for the following foreign assisted projects: North-South Commuter Railway System at 75.107 billion pesos, Metro Manila Subway Project Phase 1 at 26.261 billion pesos, PNR South Long Haul Project at 1 billion 078 pesos, MRT3 Rehabilitation Project at 548 million pesos, and LRT Line 1 Cavite Extension Project at 2.745 billion pesos. The GOP counterpart will be used. The counterpart will be used to cover payments for the GOP committed portion of the project cost, taxes and duties, engineering and administrative overhead, right-of-way and site acquisition, and the PS-DBM service fees. For the aviation sector, the 5 key airport development projects that will be supported by the 2023 NEP allocation are the following. Number 1, NAIA with 43 million pesos to partially cover the STP project, which NAIA cannot cover from its corporate funds due to the continuing effects of the pandemic. Number 2, Lawag International Airport with 445 million pesos. Number 3, Antique Airport with 500 million pesos. Number 4, Tacloban Airport with 1.42 billion pesos in order to recover from the damages of previous typhoons. And number 5, Bukidnon Airport with 80 million pesos. For the maritime sector, we have the GOP counterpart for the following foreign assisted projects. Number 1, Maritime Safety Capability Improvement Project Phase 1, 587 million pesos. And number 2, Marine Safety Enhancement Project for 270 million pesos. Finally, next slide please. For the road sector, we have provisions for the EDSA busway project at 211 million pesos, the annual grantors payment for the Southwest Integrated Transport System or PITX at 100 million pesos, and the GOP counterpart for the following foreign assistance projects. Number 1, EDSA Greenway Project, 774 million pesos. Number 2, Cebu BRT Project, 700 million pesos. Budget for sectoral offices like LTO includes 4.783 billion for the procurement of additional plates to cover previous year's backlogs and 2.5 billion pesos under the LTFRB budget for the fuel subsidy to transport sector affected by rising fuel prices. We note that 120% increase from prior year allocation might be a big ask, especially given the history of low budget utilization rates of the department. Low utilization rates in the prior years were brought by about the timing of award of the contracts of our major packages, which have to follow strict procurement rules by our funding partners. 8 contract packages were awarded in 2019, 7 packages in 2020, 8 packages in 2021, and 8 packages in 2022 with an average amount of around 18.06 billion pesos per contract. 11 more contracts will be awarded in 2022 with an average contract amount of 33.3 billion pesos. Hence, actual obligations and disbursements are dependent on the actual date of awards of the contracts. Next factor is right-of-way and site acquisition, which is required to be handed over to the winning contractors before they can commence works and construction activities. Timely release of FLR items under the DOTR project also affected the disbursements BUR. A total of 11.237 billion pesos worth of allotments were only released to DOTR in December 2021. Hence, disbursements cannot be immediately made. Another factor, although somehow administrative, is the delayed issuance of the Notice of Cost of Available Authority or NCAA, which is required to record and recognize from our book of accounts the actual disbursements made by our funding institutions direct to winning contractors out of the loan proceeds. Because of the late release of the NCAAs, the disbursement BUR was understated by at least 70 billion pesos. To further illustrate our full-year obligation for 2021 is 103.66% of what was originally provided under the GAA, and we continue to obligate portions of this fund this year in view of the extension of its validity. Meanwhile, disbursement rate is at 62% of the GAA allocation and 60% of obligation. The figures for 2022 is more promising. Despite a reduced allocation of 54.441 billion pesos, DBM has already issued 130.613 billion worth of allotments, of which 93.001 billion pesos is for the loan proceeds of our foreign assisted projects. Our obligation as of September 16, 2022 is already 150% of our GAA allocation and already 8.05% above our full year 2021 obligation. Disbursements are already 85.75% of the GAA allocation and 57.19% of obligation as of September 16, with still 3.5 months remaining for the fiscal year. In nominal terms, our disbursement as of September 16, 2022, in the amount of 46.684 billion pesos, is already above our 2021 full-year disbursements of 45.742 billion pesos. Indeed, not only that we need more funds to deliver the outputs expected from the department, but we are able to obligate the same and ensure timely disbursement that equates to actual delivery of goods and services for the benefit of the Filipino people. How do we intend to further improve our budget utilization rates? Number one, improve operational efficiency. We have conducted a comprehensive review of available appropriations and allotment to ensure timely release of allotments and project implementation. Over the last 3 months, out of the 9.984 billion pesos in unreleased appropriations for the fiscal year 2022, GAA, as of end July 2022, the new management has already facilitated requesting for the release of 5.35 billion pesos or 54%, of which 3.870 billion pesos has been released by the DBM to DOTR as of date, which are now in the implementation stage. Number two, strict monitoring of project implementation. We are now doing an inventory of all our live memorandum of agreements and contracts to ensure strict observance of approved project timelines, particularly given the opening up of the economy that was previously disrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic. This aims to facilitate timely completion of projects and disbursement of payments. Number three, aggressive right-of-way and site acquisition. We are working closely with the Office of the Solicitor General to hasten the process to acquire the necessary right-of-way to facilitate full mobilization of construction activities. The succeeding slides will show the budget levels of the attached agencies of DOTR. For the Civil Aviation Board, an amount of 236 million pesos was proposed for 2023 with a 6.27% increase from its prior year's budget. For the Marina, the amount of 916 million pesos was allotted for 2023, which is 5.88% lower than the 2022 level, since Marina received an additional 115 million pesos when Congress deliberated on its budget on top of the NEP level, particularly on registration and provision of authority for ships and shipyards, certification and documentation for seafarers, accreditation of training programs, faculty, and other maritime enterprises. For the Office of Transport Cooperatives, the proposed 2023 budget is around 37.689 million pesos with a 7.5 increase from their 2022 allocation. For the Office of Transport Security, the amount proposed for 2023 is at 411 million pesos, which is 25% lower than its 2022 level due to the 170 million pesos decrease in programmed utilization of aviation security fees for 2023. For the Philippine Coast Guard, the proposed level for 2023 is 21.26 billion pesos, higher by 1.949 billion pesos from its 2022 budget due to increased provision for its maritime security and law enforcement program, particularly for sea-based and shore operations. Finally, for the Toll Regulatory Board, the proposed level is 34 million pesos, lower by 1.3 million from its 2022 budget due to lower operating requirements. This ends our presentation, and we hope that our partners in Congress and Senate will help us
Are you done with the presentation, sir? Thank you for your presentation. Is that it, Mr. Secretary? Sir, are you done with your presentation?
Sir? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I guess we can begin with our questions. Who would like to start? My vice chair might want to have an opening or begin with a question.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for that very comprehensive presentation of the DOTR. But very evident is the rail sector, as you mentioned, which will get the biggest share of 95.65% or 112 billion from the total infrastructure budget of the OTR. As you mentioned, this is a 417% increase for the sector from year 2022. While the chair and I laud the current administration prioritizing the rail sector, indeed, in no time, this will be the backbone of our economy. In terms of outcomes, however, Mr. Secretary, when a lot of Filipinos will ask, we are excited, but when will the Filipinos start to feel the results and benefits of the railway projects under the Marcos administration?
Madam Chair, for the projects under the railway sector, if I may run through on a per project basis. First po, on the LRT1 Cavite extension project, currently the project is on track to partial operations by fourth quarter of 2024 and full operations by fourth quarter of 2027. The LRT2 East extension, which is in the last phases of its commissioning process, is already operational, Madam Chair. For the Metro Manila subway project, we are programmed to achieve partial operations in fourth quarter of 2027 and for full operations by the fourth quarter of 2028. The MRT3 rehabilitation and maintenance project, The maintenance component of our current service provider is scheduled to be completed by second quarter of 2023, and our riders for MRT3 are already experiencing the restored reliability of the line. For MRT Line 7, partial operations is currently scheduled for second quarter of 2023 and full operations in second quarter of 2025. For the North-South Commuter Railway System, the first phase between Tutuban to Malolos is scheduled to be partially operational by the third quarter of 2026 and fully operational by the first quarter of 2028. The north extension of the NSCR from Malolos to Clark will be fully operational by the fourth quarter of 2026. The south segment of the North-South Commuter Railway from Manila to Calamba will be partially operational by first quarter of 2028 and fully operational by second quarter of 2029. The Mindanao Railway System is scheduled for partial operation. The Mindanao Railway System or the Phase 1 is scheduled for partial operations in first quarter of 2027 and full operations in second quarter of 2028. The LRT to West Extension is for full operations in third quarter of 2026. The PNR South Long Haul Project, also known as PNR Bicol, is scheduled for full operations in third quarter of 2026. The MRT Line 4 by third quarter of 2028, and the Subic-Clark Rail Project by the third quarter of 2026, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes,
sorry, just to interject. I would like to ask Yusek Batan to please submit to this committee the timelines that you just read now. I don't think we have a copy of that. What are the major rail projects and when it will be partially operational? Can you send that to us, please?
We will submit po, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Vice Chair JB.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And among the ASEAN countries, the Philippines has the shortest railway route. No? In fact, probably we're about 30, 40 years behind in terms of infra development compared to our neighbors. Kaya nga medyo napag-iwan tayo. I'm very happy, and as well as my chair, I'm sure that she is also very excited that we are trying to catch up, so to speak. But now our total route length of our railway projects is only 148 kilometers. Probably Yusek Batan or siguro si Secretary can answer. I'm happy that Yusek Batan was retained, no? So that there will be continuity. So ilan po yung magiging total route length natin upon the completion of this railway projects, itong ambitious plan of the DOTR? From 148 kilometers, ang Cambodia po has 652 kilometers. So masyadong malayo. So what will be our total route length, no, upon the completion of these railway projects?
Madam Chair, across all of our current investment approved railway projects, the total route length is going to increase to 1,209 kilometers. So this is for all of our rail projects with NEDA board investment approval.
May I ask clarification on this? As you stated, part of the deliverables will be the Mindanao Railway project. But an article revealed that the planned funding for this has been withdrawn as the Chinese government failed to act on funding requests by the previous administration. So is this accurate? And if this is true, what are we going to do about this? Do we have an allocation for this?
Madam Chair, it is correct po that our loan application for our 3 China-funded projects, the Mindanao Rail 1, the PNR South Long Haul or PNR Bicol 2, and the Subic-Clark Rail Project 3, Our loan applications were deemed withdrawn as of end of June 2022 because it was a condition that was imposed by the previous Department of Finance that if the loans will not be closed or will not be signed by the end of the previous administration, then we are withdrawing our loan applications.
So do you have now a new application from
As
another
to the way
funding
forward-
source?
Yes, Madam Chair. Currently, the DOTR has already written to the Department of Finance requesting for the resubmission of our loan applications for our China-funded projects. And this is currently ongoing, the processing by our Investment Coordination Committee for purposes of getting the necessary government approvals, Madam Chair.
Okay. Do you have a follow-up question, Senator JB?
Madam Chair,
I would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Nancy Binay.
sorry Madam Chairperson, wala po akong camera. Hindi, just to follow up your line of questioning. Kasi parang may sinabi siyang target date for Mindanao Rail which is 2027. When technically, wala naman nangyayari pa dun.
So paano nga naman yan? I think medyo na-cut. She might be on the road.
Madam Chair, for example po, for the Mindanao Railway project, we currently have our assumed timeline for the execution of the loan agreement with our Chinese counterparts, which is by the middle of fiscal year 2023. So based on this target of middle of 2023 loan agreement signing with our Chinese partners, then that is the basis po of our current completion date for Mindanao Railway of second quarter po of 2028, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, if we may note, for these three railway projects funded by China, we currently have investment approvals, meaning some of the project activities are ongoing, such as right-of-way acquisition, while the financing for the contract packages are being arranged. So there are still some activities for these projects that we can pursue and that we can continue, notwithstanding the pendency of our loan applications for our contract packages, Madam Chair.
Okay.
So,
Senator Binay, are you still with us?
yes, so you said, but we're still pursuing yung Chinese financing?
Yes, Madam Chair, that is the current direction for these three China rail projects, Madam Chair.
Why? JICA offers a more considerable, a better term for us, right?
Madam Chair, perhaps two things. Number one, Madam Chair, the interest rate that is offered to us by JICA, I believe, Madam Chair, you might be referring to the 0.1% per annum, is for a Japanese yen denominated loan. Whereas, Madam Chair, for our China Exim Bank loans, these are US dollar denominated. And so far, our most recent loan agreements with the China Exim Bank is at 2% per annum. If, Madam Chair, we apply a currency parity conversion to our JICA Japanese yen denominated loan agreements, then roughly, Madam Chair, from an interest rate perspective, they will not be very far apart, Madam Chair. That is number one. And number two, Madam Chair, for each of our bilateral partners, there is a window or there is a lending ceiling that our bilateral partners are limited to. And currently, Madam Chair, for our Japanese partners, our borrowing, their lending ceiling to the Philippines is generally already almost depleted, Madam Chair. So this is why we need to maintain diversification in our financing sources because our lenders have their respective bilateral ceilings as well, Madam Chair.
So what you're saying is there are other government projects that also depend on JICA funding, but JICA or Japan has a ceiling of how much can be lent. So that's why we have to look for other sources. How about other countries? Have we explored perhaps from Europe or the US, Australia? Have they not been open to investing?
Madam Chair, we maintain continuing relationships with other bilateral and multilateral partners. For example, other bilateral partners that we coordinate with include South Korea, the French, the Indians, aside from the Chinese and the Japanese. On the multilateral front, Madam Chair, we have developed an extensive financing program with the Asian Development Bank as well as with the World Bank. So, Madam Chair, the way that we work with our development partners is essentially we present to them our pipeline of projects, and based on various factors such as the areas of expertise, the areas of experience of our bilateral partners, as well as the financing headroom that they have available to the Philippines, this is how the financing is matched, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if I may.
Since we are in the topic of financing, the Metro Manila Subway project costs 227 billion as approved by NEDA when it was launched as part of the Build program in 2017. But based on the latest fourth quarter status report, the cost jumped to 448 billion, which is almost double the original cost. Do you have approval from NEDA with regards to this increase? And how will the 26 billion funding for 2023 be utilized?
Madam Chair, that is correct that in the initial approval of the actually the first investment approval of the project was at 300 billion, and the latest investment approval, the latest NEDA board approval of the Metro Manila Subway project is at 480 billion. We have NEDA board approval for this, Madam Chair, as well as the approval of our JICA lenders for purposes of appraisal purposes. And Madam Chair, the biggest drivers of the cost increase are three things. Number one, Madam Chair, previously the Metro Manila Subway did not extend to any of our airports. So one of the conditions that our Investment Coordination Committee imposed on the project in 2018 was to make sure that the subway...
I'm sorry, Yusek Batan?
Yes, Madam Chair. Hello?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, Madam Chair, yes.
Okay, I was just checking because my signal is getting bad. Okay, so you were saying...
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, you are correct that the latest NEDA board approval of the Metro Manila Subway project is for 480 billion pesos. And Madam Chair, there are three drivers to this cost increase. Number one, Madam Chair, is we extended the subway to connect to NAIA Terminal 3, which is one of the conditions that was imposed by the Investment Coordination Committee. Number two, Madam Chair, we interconnected the subway to the north-south commuter railway system. What does that mean, Madam Chair? That means that a subway train coming from Valenzuela or Quezon City or Makati, for example, from underground, it will slowly go above ground into our north-south commuter rail in the Bicutan area, allowing our subway trains to go all the way to Calamba. So that means, Madam Chair, that passengers, for example, coming from Calamba can go to BGC or to Ortigas or to Quezon City without having to transfer trains. And number three, Madam Chair, during the detailed engineering design of the subway project, there are geological conditions such as the avoidance of fault lines that we had to address, and the interventions, the infrastructure interventions needed to do that were part of the reasons for the increase in cost, Madam Chair.
So you are saying that NEDA has actually approved this increase, correct?
Correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, now For the boring machine, the tunnel used to drill underground has already been put in place apparently. So has the construction commenced since then? What are our progress for the drilling?
Madam Chair, construction has commenced and the first tunnel boring machine has been lowered. From the time, Madam Chair, that the tunnel boring machine was lowered, it is currently ongoing installation. Essentially, Madam Chair, the tunnel boring machine requires a 2 to 3 month period after it has been lowered before it starts tunneling through. And currently, Madam Chair, we are scheduled to start tunneling in October, November of this year, Madam Chair.
So 3 months after it was lowered. Okay.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
So around October. Okay. Before we, I'm sorry. I think maybe the Vice Chair would want to add a few more questions. I have a long list here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In line with your queries also, Madam Chair, I'd just like to ask to clarify lang siguro ni Yusek Batan. Does the inclusion of these projects, no, yung particularly Mindanao Railway System and the PNR South Long Haul in 2023, that we have renegotiated, or are we already still on the process of renegotiating the deal with China? And if ever there is, what are the terms, if any?
Madam Chair, the DOTR has already submitted its request for the loans to be reapplied by our Department of Finance. It is currently ongoing processing by the Department of Finance and the Investment Coordination Committee. But officially, Madam Chair, the loan application is still for submission to our China counterparts. And in parallel, Madam Chair, discussions are already ongoing on the financing terms for these 3 railway projects, Madam Chair.
And likewise, Madam Chair, I have observed also, because I ride my motorcycle most of the time, I'm happy to see that the North-South Commuter line is really already, no, the progress. No? I can see the development already towards Clark and elsewhere. And that itong subway will start boring already. In fact, on Monday, I think there will be a groundbreaking ceremony with President BBM himself in the Pasig area. Ang tanong ko lang, Yusek Batan, I know that you're the one who was already here from the start. What happened with China? What were the causes of the delay of the ODA projects under China, particularly the PNR South Long Haul and the Mindanao Railway System? Because, Madam Chair, Mindanao Railway System, I think, is very, very important, not only for economic benefits, but I think for long-lasting peace in Mindanao. This will be very instrumental. So, ano pong dahilan? Bakit may delay doon sa ODA with China?
Madam Chair, for the PNR South Long Haul, for example, the contract for the contractor for the first contract package was awarded and signed in the first quarter of this year, and the loan application was very soon after submitted to China Exim Bank. However, Madam Chair, we understand that during the negotiation process, particularly on the interest rates, there was agreement was not reached on the interest rate that the Philippine government will accept for this loan. So similarly, Madam Chair, for the other 2 China railway projects, there were discussions on the interest rates that did not lead to an agreement. And this is why, Madam Chair, currently negotiations are sought to be pursued again towards arriving at a mutually agreeable interest rate and other financing terms for our China railway projects, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Yusek Batan. But Madam Chair, hopefully this time around, no, with the new administration, I hope this all pushes through. Sana makahabol kasi po yung North-South Commuter Line and the Japan ODA assisted projects are already moving. No? Medyo nahuli po talaga itong Mindanao Railway System because, Madam Chair, we really gave support to this, no, during the start of 17th Congress during the Duterte administration. So sana po makahabol po sila at this time. Siguro before we leave this topic, Madam Chair, I know a lot of senators will still have questions. Narinig ko po nung inaugural address ni President BBM that he will prioritize indeed the railway projects. Yung pong nabanggit din niya yung Panay railway system and hopefully Cebu railway system, because these are all needed also, especially in Cebu. Talagang because of the narrow roads, I think railway is the only way not to really solve the decongest the traffic there. So ano natin dito, ano pong plano ng DOTR, no? Would this be China also ODA or Japan ODA assisted projects?
Madam Chair, for the Cebu projects, there is a master plan that was completed in 2019, which identified 5 potential alignments in Cebu for a railway system. The next step here, Madam Chair, is to conduct a feasibility study for these master plan identified projects. And the department is already working with our development partners as well as our counterpart agencies in the DOF and the PPP Center to obtain funding for the needed feasibility studies. For the Panay Railway, Madam Chair, same as in Cebu, the next step is to commission a feasibility study. And in fact, Madam Chair, for Panay Railway, we have already allocated our remaining portion of our remaining feasibility study fund from from GAA 2022 for the conduct of the feasibility study for Panay Rail. Perhaps, Madam Chair, if we may mention, the department requested for a feasibility study budget for fiscal year 2023 in the amount of 1.4 billion pesos for various railway and other projects. Unfortunately, Madam Chair, in the NEP, the department was not allocated any budget for feasibility studies, and this is why we are currently constrained to find other modes of financing our project preparations, such as through our development partners, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusek Batan. Likewise, anyway, you have already discussed extensively the ongoing projects and the plans. Tanong ko lang, no, medyo siguro ma-address din natin sa eastern side, Madam Chair, yung papunta pong Nueva Ecija, Isabela, Cagayan. Is there a plan to have a spur line or sorts going to the northeastern side of Luzon? Kasi na-cover na natin yung meron tayong plan going all the way to the Mortis La Union, yung old PNR line, pero dito sa eastern side para mabuhay din yung ekonomiya ng Cagayan Valley, Nueva Ecija, and other eastern northeastern side of Luzon. Are there any plans also to link this with the current railway projects?
Yes, Madam Chair. In fact po, Secretary already sent a letter to the PPP Center, particularly to utilize the Project Development Monitoring Facility or the PDMF of the PPP Center in order to finance and conduct a feasibility study going to the north. We are currently calling it, Madam Chair, as our North Long Haul Project, to mirror our South Long Haul project going to Bicol. And there are 2 alignments that will be explored. One going north to La Union and another going northeast to Catanduanes, at going to Cagayan, to Nueva Ecija and to Nueva Ecija and Cagayan Valley, to Gagaraw, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all for now. I think Yusek Patan already covered most of the railway projects at this time. So thank you very much. I'm very happy, no, that at least there's continuity, that Yusek Patan, who was in charge of the railway programs in the past, is still here, as well as Yusek Cesar Chavez. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ejercito. You know, can you explain to me, Yusek Batan? I mean, on more I examine this, we really don't understand how a 2% interest loan with China is better than a 0.01% interest loan with Japan. You explained earlier something about currencies because supposedly the one of China is pegged against the dollar, whereas the one in Japan is pegged against the yen. But with the decreasing value of the peso against the dollar, and actually, I guess conversely gaining against the yen, how can we say that it's actually cheaper or it's actually better to obtain a loan from a Chinese lender?
Madam Chair, just to clarify po, obtaining a loan from China is not necessarily better from Japan. It's just that the interest rate difference is not as big as 0.1 versus 2.0%. Madam Chair, essentially the volatility of each currency is very different, and part of that volatility is reflected in the foreign exchange rate between Philippine peso and that concerned currency. Madam Chair, there is computation. We can submit this computation, Madam Chair, that takes into consideration the current volatility rate of each currency vis-a-vis the Philippine peso. And based on that, Madam Chair, there is a way to express the Japanese yen denominated loans into US dollar denominated loans. So, Madam Chair, I'm not sure how to compute it, but there is a table.
This is confusing. Now you're saying it's better with some computation, but then you can convert the yen into a dollar denomination. So pwede naman pala. So ba't di na lang diretso din sa Japan? Because you've already had some inconveniences by the delays with the agreement with the Chinese lender. I know that there's a cap, probably a cap with JICA, but there are other lenders in Japan that are not necessarily through the authorization of JICA, I suppose, right?
Madam Chair, I guess this is partly because of the ceiling, the lending ceiling of our development partner. Currently, Madam Chair, the annual disbursement ceiling of JICA for the Philippines is at 300 billion Japanese yen per Japanese fiscal year, and at least up to 2025, Madam Chair, because of our subway and our north-south commuter railway projects, we have almost exhausted that 300 billion Japanese yen annual disbursement ceiling of our Japanese partners to the Philippines, Madam Chair.
Hindi ko maintindihan pa rin yung explanation eh. Kasi 1%. Yes, Senator Binay. I would like to recognize the presence of Senator Minority Leader Coco Pimentel. Yes, Senator Binay, go ahead.
Actually, Madam Chairperson, I think yung interest rate is just one factor kung bakit hindi natuloy yung loan. Hindi ba may issue din tayo nung pagdating sa arbitration, parang sa Hong Kong, which is technically not good for us kasi parang ano pa rin yun eh, parang China pa din. Hindi ba, Yusek Batan, may mga iba pang factors aside from the interest rate? Kaya hindi natuloy itong Chinese loans?
Madam Chair, as far as the Department of Transportation is aware, we understand that the negotiating point that did not reach conclusion was on the interest rate. Madam Chair, if we may just qualify, while the department po is in charge of developing and implementing and contracting projects, the negotiation process, the negotiation itself for our loan agreements is undertaken po by the Department of Finance po.
So ang kausap ngayon na ituloy ulit sa China is still DOF?
That's correct po, Madam Chair. This is the reason why the Department of Transport wrote to the Department of Finance endorsing the continuation of the resumption of the negotiations with China. But the actual negotiations, Madam Chair, is something po that happens between our Department of Finance and the China Exim Bank, Madam Chair.
Sandali, wait. Madam Chair, so technically, hindi pa nag-resume yung negotiations? You're just recommending to DOF to resume?
Madam Chair, officially, the loan application has not yet been resubmitted because there are Philippine side government processes and approvals that still need to be completed. But we understand, Madam Chair, that discussions have at least been initiated already between the Department of Finance as well as our counterparts from China.
I mean, with that kind of scenario, hindi ba mas realistic na wag muna tayo magsabi na by 2027, operational na tong Mindanao Railway when at the moment, hindi pa natin alam kung saan tayo kukuha ng pera para ituloy itong programa na to.
Madam Chair, I guess what we are saying is that the current program involves an assumption that we will obtain our China loan by the middle of 2023, and if that assumption in our current program is achieved, then our target po is for completion in 2028.
Siguro, Madam Chair, baka next time mas ayusin natin the way you say it. Kasi when Senator Ejercito asked you kanina, yung completion date, ang sabi mo, 2027, tapos na, di ba? When technically, in limbo pa talaga tong programa na to.
It's just an assumption.
Wala pa palang pera. Wala pang tiyak na pera itong Mindanao Rail. But the way you said it kanina is parang 2027, may makikita na tayong project, di ba? Pero hindi mo sinabi na...
Nag-umpisa na ba? Nag-umpisa na ba yung Mindanao Rail?
Yes, it has started for right-of-way acquisitions. Actually po, Madam Chair, our completion targets are based on several assumptions, only one of which is the loan agreement. So, for example, Madam Chair, all of our completion targets are based on programs, on targets and assumptions on when we will acquire right-of-way, when we will finish procurement, when our contractors will complete certain segments, as well as, Madam Chair, the signing of our loan agreements for the necessary financing for our contract packages, Madam Chair. So all the targets, Madam Chair, are really based po on several assumptions, one of which po is the assumed loan agreement signing with our Chinese counterparts, Madam Chair.
Pero syempre, alam naman natin walang gagalaw kung walang pera, di ba? So,
yun na nga, Madam
no, but
Chair, diba?
I know what you mean. You have to do certain due diligence and measures, etc., before you can get to that. But again, we're so presumptuous that we will actually get a loan.
Yun na nga, Madam Chair. And di ba, parang let us manage everybody's expectation. Kasi if you go back to us next year, di ba, tatanungin na namin kayo na parang, nasa na tong programa na to, or, di ba, tapos yun pala, at this point, yun, kasi sinabi mo today, 2027, yun yung assumptive date of completion. When technically, hindi pa natin alam kung saan tayo kukuha ng panggastos for this project. Di ba? Pag hindi na tuloy itong Chinese loan, di madedelay na naman ulit yan, di ba?
Yes po, Madam Chair. Thank you very much po for that input po. We will definitely make sure po that in our communication of our various completion timelines, we will clarify po that these are based on certain assumptions being in place, including po for purposes of Mindanao Railway, the execution of the necessary loan agreement po with our Chinese counterparts by the middle po of 2023, Madam Chair. Thank you very much po for that. We will comply.
Last point na lang yung sagbatan, hindi ka pa nga sigurado by 2023 matutuloy pa rin yung Chinese loan na yan eh. Kasi what if hindi na naman magkasundo dun sa interest rate, edi wala kang Chinese loan by 2023?
Yes po, Madam Chair. We will discuss this po with the Department of Finance accordingly so that we can get some level po of assurance or predictability po from our finance counterparts on the likelihood of us getting the loan in place po by 2023. Thank you po, Madam Chair.
Okay, I won't turn on my video first because apparently the signal here is not so good. But the next question now has to do with the unified Grand Central Station in North Avenue that would connect most trains in Metro Manila. However, from its construction contract in 2019, completion has been postponed from July 2021 to July 2022 and now July 2023. So given the pandemic protocols, will the DOTR be able to accomplish this by next year? Wala na masyadong protocols ngayon eh. So where are we at in this unified Grand Central Station?
Madam Chair, currently po we are on track to achieving connected operations by the second quarter of 2023. However po, Madam Chair, if we may just flag, one of the challenges po that we experience in the implementation of the Common Station project, aside from the pandemic, is the limited availability of cash from the Department of Budget. For a certain time, for a certain period, Madam Chair, of almost half a year, for the first semester of this fiscal year 2022, while our contractor has completed works and has billed the department for completed works, we have not been able to pay them po essentially because of cash shortage. But currently po, Madam Chair, as of the third quarter of this year, we have been able to catch up on payments and the pace of work at the Common Station has resumed na po.
Did you receive the budget that you requested for the completion of the United Grand Central Station? Is it in the one that you submitted? Was it approved? Was it
Madam
included?
Chair?
Or
Madam Chair, the issue po that happened that affected the Common Station, it wasn't a budget issue po, it was a cash availability issue because the entire contract amount po for the Common Station was already appropriated by the Congress in an earlier GAA and has been fully obligated. Unfortunately po, Madam Chair, despite the obligation of the full contract amount for the Common Station, we encountered challenges in cash availability in the first semester of 2022, largely because po of our fiscal our pandemic fiscal situation po.
but now, did you get it now? Did you get it?
Yes,
already?
as of the third quarter po, Madam Chair, we have been able to obtain the cash release needed and we have already paid them po and works have resumed po, Madam Chair.
Okay. Another question is with regards to when you construct the subway, by the way, going back to that, I just realized that there are a lot of right-of-way acquisitions as well as supposedly there will be buildings and structures that will be affected that will have to be demolished. Have you already informed those that will be affected? And have you set aside an amount to be able to compensate for that in an hour right-of-way?
Yes po, Madam Chair, on both questions. Number one po, we have already notified the property owners that will be affected by the subway, both those that will be affected by above ground works, particularly in the station locations, as well as those that will be affected by the tunneling works underground. At the same time po, the second question, Madam Chair, we have also set aside or requested rather, we have already requested for budget for the right-of-way payment requirements of the subway. So these payments po come in the form of payments for surface rights. These are the properties po that we will require including the above ground. Ito po yung full acquisition at current market value, as well as the properties po that we will affect only underground. So based po, Madam Chair, on our 2016 Right-of-Way Act, if a property will be affected by a subterranean project between 0 and 50 meters underground, then the department will have to pay po 20% of the current market value of that property po, Madam Chair.
And have you already notified those property owners, all of the ones that will have to be affected?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have already notified them po. In part po, Madam Chair, because our loan covenants with JICA, particularly in compliance with JICA social safeguards, require us po to ensure that all project affected persons are duly notified, not just right before acquisition, but even earlier in the process po.
Can I have a copy? Can I have a copy of all of those that will be affected? I just want to know where those areas are.
Yes, Madam Chair, we will submit po.
Okay, next is about the shortage of the stored value.
Madam
yes, go
Chair, hindi, related dun sa tanong nyo, may budget na kayo for the right-of-way?
Yes po, Madam Chair.
So
Not
pwede,
entirely po. We have some po, Madam Chair.
how much is some?
Madam Chair, in the 2023 NEP po, out of the 117 billion po na GOP counterpart that we received, ang naka-allocate po for right-of-way is, Madam Chair, pardon me, I'm just looking for the number. Around 70 billion, Madam Chair.
And siguro, paki-include na lang ho dun sa isasubmit yung list sa committee, yung kung yung mga property na to, naka-budget na yung acquisition sa kanila, or if this property, wala pang budget for that.
We will submit po, Madam Chair, we will submit po the list of project-affected persons. However, we would just like to note po that our right-of-way budget is not specifically allocated to specific affected property owner. So, hindi po siya yung one property owner, ito po yung budget. So, kung hindi po...
Pero yung di ba dapat medyo gano'n na yung thinking nyo? Kasi I think meron kayong matatamaan dyan na kailangan din nilang paghandaan yung paglilipatan nila.
Madam Chair, the difficulty po kasi is, for example, there are 10,000 property owners that we will be affecting for one segment of the North-South Commuter Rail. We don't...
Subway lang yung, more on the subway, yung maaapektuhan sa subway.
Madam Chair, we have the budget naman po. We will submit po the amount that we have, as well as the list of project affected persons po that we will be affecting.
Okay, and siguro yung status nung pag-uusap niya dun sa mga affected din.
We will do that po.
Nag-agree na ba sila, or okay na kayo, nagpirmahan na? Yan lang po, Madam Chair. Thank you.
We'll do po, Madam Chair. We will comply. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, together with that, you should already have a traffic plan. I'm sure you'll do this in phases. So there should be detours for those areas that will be affected by the construction. Kasi hindi naman pwedeng basta last minute na lang. Wala naman pala kayong mga detour area. So that's just a reminder. Another thing is, yung beep cards. Supposedly, we were warned about the possible shortage of the stored value or beep cards. They won't be able to deliver, the suppliers won't be able to deliver 75,000 beep cards for MRT3. Can you tell us if there's an actual shortage, or is this being addressed, or has it been addressed?
Madam Chair, LRT po, Attorney Cabrera po. The last time po na nakipag-discussion po kami sa AFPI, ito po yung provider po natin. Ang issue po talaga is yung supply po worldwide ng microchip. So yun po yung problema. Wala po problema doon sa plastic part kasi marami po tayong supply yan. Ang problema lang po is yung worldwide supply po ng microchip. And then worldwide din parang dalawa na lang po yung manufacturer po nito. And then this is something parang proprietary. So isang company din lang po ang may hawak po ng technology. But nonetheless po, ang kanila pong ginagawa at the moment is that they are trying to source out yung mga ibang suppliers dito sa Asia. Patingi-tingi kung ano po yung available doon sa microchip. That's one po na ginagawa nila. Another thing po na easily pwedeng gawin po is that around 400,000 po na stored value ticket ang out in circulation. Mag-e-expire po itong mga to within the year or early next year. Kaya lang po, the best way at pinakasimpleng gagawin po nila is that mag-i-install po sila, which we have already done, yung tinatawag po ng mga parang extender na machine. So yung mga pasahero po natin, all they have to do is go to that particular machine sa mga stations and then they can extend po one at a time, 1 year extension po ng stored value ticket. So kapag mag-expire na po yung ticket nila, they don't need to buy a new one. All they have to do is pa-extend lang po ito. Ang cost lang po ng kanilang extension is 10 pesos po. So instead of buying a new card, 10 pesos lang po, may extend po siya ng 1 year. And then kapag kinulang pa po yung 1 year, pwede na naman silang extend ito ng 1 year. So ganun po yung easy solution na pwedeng gawin. Another item po na gagawin po namin is that napansin po namin based sa study na marami hong pasahero na dala-dalawa, tatlo-tatlo po yung kanilang hawak na stored value tickets. So ang isang program po na ginagawa po namin ngayon is that we are encouraging po itong mga pasahero na ito na i-share po nila yung iba nilang ticket para doon sa mga kaibigan nila or sa family members so that maibsan po yung possible shortage. And then on the idea po na marami po kasi natatakot na baka sabi ho nila with the shortage baka bumalik po sa mano-mano na bayaran. Actually hindi po mangyayari yun kasi available pa naman po, napakarami po tayo ng supply ng single journey ticket. So easily po yung mga pasahero natin just in case maubusan po sila ng stored value ticket, pwede po sila mag-avail ng single journey ticket po. So yun po yung pinaka-easy po na solusyon dito sa possible shortage.
So
which, yes.
I'm sorry, yung single value ticket, you can buy, what you're saying is you can buy in advance as many as you need. Ganun ba yun?
Ma'am, hindi po. Kasi yung single journey ticket po, tingi-tingi po yun, time-bound po yun. So kapag binili mo po yun, you only have around 2 hours po para gamitin po yan. Ang reason for that po is that para maiwasan po na tumambay sa loob ng stasyon ho yung mga tao.
I know, pero what you're saying is, those will be available. Kung bibilin mo, one time, one use, hindi ba parang mano-mano na rin ang dating nun?
Yes, ma'am. Pero lang ang kagandahan lang po nun, ma'am, is that hindi maiiwasan na po yung hassle po na money, actual money po yung ibabayad mo and then wala na kong ticket. So ang sinasabi po namin is that with the single journey ticket po, maiwasan po yung actual po na masyadong maraming transaction by using a ticket po. Ang iniwasan po namin is yung mano-manong ticket na parang sa bus po na every time nasasakay ka, parang papel lang po yung
Sir, I'm sorry pero to buy that single-use ticket, magbabayad ka rin naman mano-mano rin ang dating yun, di ba?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, tama po yun, ma'am.
Yun lang po. Solution. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. We understand that po. Talagang, yun nga po, magiging every time na sasakay po talaga, pipila po yung mga pasahero. Yun po yung kaso.
You know what? Huwag nang dagdagan ng palamuti yung mga salita ninyo Alam naman namin yun kasi bibili ka rin naman ng ticket na yon. Di may mano-mano pa rin doon, may cash pa rin. Paano mo sasabihin na maiiwasan ng paggamit na ng pera para bumili doon? Paano makukuha yon? So maybe we can think of another solution. Like, para bang bumili ka na ng isang banig ng mga ticket na ganyan, you can buy it ahead. Yes, Senator.
Hindi, Madam Chair, tsaka baka yung mga commuters natin, di ba pipila na naman ulit sila para bumili ng single ticket. Tapos pipila na naman ulit sila para makasakay doon sa MRT. So, Di ba kawawa din?
Hindi, kaya nga, hindi nga solution eh. Sinasabi nila para maiiwasan daw yung single-use ticket. Pipila ka rin to get that because, and you can't also purchase tickets in advance. But maybe you can think of a store where they can buy already in bulk. Para yun na lang ipapakita nila. Hindi pa na natin kayang yung dahil wala lang mga chip na available. So what is our contingency? Buy already a dated ticket, let's say for today, and then for tomorrow, and then kung ano man yun, para hindi na sila pipila pa. Pwede bang mag-submit ng proposal para dyan?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, ma'am po, one of the things na tinitignan po namin is yung gamamit po ng QR ticketing code. So instead po na yung card, yung QR code na lang po, which pwedeng sa cellphone na lang po yung gagamitin. So,
okay. So can you develop that as quickly as possible before the actual shortage is felt?
Ma'am, actually, na-develop na po namin. Natapos na po yung ating pilot testing po dito. Lumusot na po yung paggamit po nito sa line 1 at saka sa line 2. So,
yun naman pala dapat yun ang sinagot mo kanina sa amin.
Actually, ma'am, isusunod ko sana yun. I'm sorry po, nahuli ko lang pong nabanggit.
Yun yung pinaka-logical, di ba? Okay, so I hope that will be implemented in your other lines. Now, ito, importante to ha. Supposedly, doon sa Cavite, LRT Line 1 Cavite Extension, yung mga bagon or the trains that you procured in 2018 have leak problems, water leak issues. So tumutulo ito. Ngayon, kinontra ito na mabili noong 2018 or about that time dahil nga dito sa issue na to. Pero, nakapark na ngayon sa LRT Line 1 depot sa Pasay at hindi pa rin operational. So DOTR PNR procured 3 China train sets with standard gauge, existing in PNR's narrow gauge, using local funds and ahead of the loan approval for the PNR South Long Haul project. Paparating na ito mula sa China, walang mapaparkingan. Di rin magagamit ng PNR ngayon kasi narrow gauge ang riles nila. Sino bang genius na nag-order nito? Narrow gauge ang ginagamit ng PNR, samantalang yung in-order ninyo, mali yung size. Tama ba yun?
Ma'am, good afternoon po. This is Jeremy Regino. I am the new GM.
Can you speak closer to your mic, sir, so we can understand you? Please identify yourself again.
Yes, I am Jeremy Regino po. I am the new GM of PNR.
Please,
I think
hindi ka pa rin namin maintindihan. You're the new GM of...
Ma'am, I'm the new GM of PNR.
Okay, sir, go ahead. What's going on here? Were you part of the transaction to purchase those things? Ha?
Hindi po, ma'am.
Hindi. So, ang sinasabi mo ba ngayon talagang may problema at hindi tama yung sukat?
Yes po, it should have been a narrow gauge because the size of the truck for the wheels is different with a standard gauge.
Okay, so who decided? Who gave that approval? Yung Bata, nandun ka pa nun, di ba?
Ma'am, if I may...
Sino?
Ma'am,
Yes, go ahead.
Ma'am, it's the PNR board that decided on this. If I may provide the context to the decision of the former PNR board on why they made this decision, the procurement started sometime in 2019 before the pandemic. And at that time, the former administration was gung-ho that the loan agreement with China would be signed the soonest possible time. And with the signing of the loan agreement of China loan agreement the soonest possible time, they felt the best solution, the best looking forward, the best it would be better to have a standard gauge train purchase rather than a narrow gauge in order to be able to be of use even after the South Long Haul project had already been established. Also, at that time, they had a project on the truck relocation program wherein there will be 2 trucks for the PNR. One is narrow and the other is standard gauge size. Meaning to say po, dadagdagan po ng isang riles, isang truck po, yung narrow gauge para dual fit ho ang trend doon. One narrow, one standard.
No, okay, I get it. But have you started adding those rails?
Pardon?
Okay, natanggap na ninyo itong mga na-deliver na ito, di ba? Pero hindi nga kasha.
Not yet, ma'am. It's on the factory. It's still for a factory acceptance test. The first test train po is on the status po is a factory acceptance test. In fact, ma'am, I had a meeting with representatives of the CRRC yesterday in my office, and I asked if it's possible to convert the standard gauge trains, still convert the standard gauge trains to narrow gauge, or as an option to suspend the delivery and production of the trains. And they said yesterday po they will get back to me and consult with higher authorities if that would be a possibility.
Wait a minute. Akala ko ba your initial solution was just to add another rail para maging standard yung rail and also can accommodate the narrow one. So right now, what you're saying, sir, is that you are not going to add that extended rail. Tama?
Yes, ma'am, because it's not going to be viable. We just ordered 3 train sets and we will just add an additional cost with an additional track, and by 2026 we will already have the NSCR. So parang sayang po yung gastos natin. So it would be better, it would be more judicious at saka mas makakatipid po tayo kung we will just convert, if it's possible, we will just convert the standard gauge to narrow gauge or suspend the manufacturing of the trains.
So pwede pang i-suspend.
They will get back to us po.
Senator Pimentel, minority leaders recognize.
Masyado magulo ang kwento, Madam Chairperson. Gusto ko rin malaman yung sino yung henyo na nagde-decide for us. Ang binanggit ni Mr. Regino is the old board. Pero Madam Chair, I think we need I think one entire day present nila. Hindi ko rin ma-picture sa mind ko. Is the plan, sir, that we will have two ano ba tawag mo, railways, 2 railway system, 1 narrow, 1 standard. That is the plan, or the standard is the new one, and then we will ultimately abandon the narrow gauge railway.
Yes po. The old standard po of PNR is a narrow gauge. That's the old line since the Spanish period po. Now, globally po, we are now shifting to the standard gauge, which is a wider size and is considered to be safer, especially on curbs and on high speed. So, in order to standardize our rail system...
Wait, sir. You're talking about that's the world standard now and it's safer. But you just told us that you are going to let these trains be converted so that it's compatible with the narrow line. So ano ba talaga? Are we trying to comply with the world standards or ano? Di ba sabi mo kasi it's cheaper probably to let it be adaptable to a narrow rail. Yun pala mas okay yung standard. Ano ba talaga? No,
ma'am, because that was the original plan
That
When
was the original
train
plan, but
sets-
then
yes,
you
ma'am.
said it's not cost effective, so we'll just go with the conversion back to the narrow gauge.
Yes, ma'am. That is as far as I am studying it right now, ma'am. Cost-benefit analysis.
Bakit? Hindi ba kaya, masyado bang mahal para i-update yung mga RILAs natin to accommodate a standard gauge train?
Ma'am, if we do that, it will affect our timeline for the NSCR completion, and that would mean prolongation costs for us, and would be and by 8 months, it will lengthen the completion period of the NSCR by around 8 months, and that will have cost implications, and it's in the end. We will be doing this just to accommodate 3 train sets with a capacity of 168 passengers per trip.
Wait.
It is not cost effective.
Aside from the 3, why are you saying, sir, that we currently have trains aside from those 3 train sets that are running on those rails, right?
The 3 train sets that were new ordered, we ordered only 3 train sets, ma'am.
I know, but currently, how many trains are running?
So far now, we have on the average 10 train sets, ma'am, running.
How many, sir?
10 train sets.
So you're saying to accommodate 13 train sets, but in the future, it's more of a standard to have a standard gauge, right?
Yes, ma'am. By 2026, we will no longer be using the old line. We will already be using the NSCR. So, meaning to say, ma'am, we are in a transition period right now.
No, but how can you use it nga in the future if it's still narrow gauge?
By 2026 po, ma'am, we will no longer be using it. Meaning to say, ma'am, old line po ito, old line, and the new line, which is the NSCR, is now being constructed, ma'am. The new line is electrified and standard gauge. Our
Madam
old
Chair, if I may.
Okay, Senator JV is
I may interject lang siguro, no? Yung siguro sinasabi ni GM, we purchased, Madam Chair, to our committee also, we purchased the Inca train sets a few years ago, which are now being used as a transition, no? Correct me if I'm wrong, GM, na itong ginagamit natin yung mga bagong train sets ngayon, kahit paano, as we await the NSCR to be operational. So ito munang mga Inca train sets are being used by PNR. Tama ba?
Yes, sir. We also, in addition to the CRRC trains, we also ordered prior to the pandemic, Inca trains from Indonesia naman po.
So these are just transition, no? Pagtapos na
Yes po,
complete
these are
ng NSCR.
trains po. Yes
And
po.
you will be, but Madam Chair, I think they will be using this for regional, na para hindi man masayang, because this cost, if I'm not mistaken, 3.5 billion din tong 9 train sets na ito. Para hindi masayang, you can use this for the regional rail lines, no? Siguro sa Cagayan or in Bicol.
Sir, after the NSCR has been completed and operational, we can still use the old train sets for the San Pablo to Lucena up to the Bicol route, because the San Pablo to Lucena up to the Bicol route is still narrow gauge until after the new Bicol line through possibly the China ODA has been completed and operational. So in other words po, magagamit pa rin po natin further south.
Alam nyo, sinasabi nyo na we will be delayed by 8 months. As it is, you're already delayed by 2 years. I mean, you'd be forward thinking to correct it now to global standards. But anyway, what my point is, I think whoever made that decision to buy the wrong specs of trains should be named and held liable. Bakit yan ang pinili ninyo? Ngayon, nahihirapan tayo mag-renegotiate. Tapos magbabayad tayo ng extra para palitan na naman. Tapos how about yung mga LRT1 trains na tumutulo? Naayos na ba yon?
Ma'am, it's now being the new LRT trains are now being analyzed, And they're still in the process po of coming up with a root cause analysis.
Tumutulo pala eh. Bakit hindi niyo pinadala dito? Hindi ba dapat na-check na yan doon? So kailan pa yan pwedeng gamitin?
Again, ma'am, this was transacted in the previous administration, but if I might also explain, that was during the time that there was a pandemic and we could not send engineers for the factory acceptance test because then at that during
Yeah, but that's in the terms of reference, it's in the agreement. It needs to be tested. So we could have had a reason to say a pandemic, it's your protocol. We're not allowed to go there. This sorry na lang. That would have been grounds to terminate the contract. Why did we accept it? Anyway, that's not within your purview.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
yung supplier ba natin, wala bang quality control yun? Sasadyain ba niya mag-supply sa customer nila ng tumutulo?
Madam Chair, if I may po.
yes, Yusef Batan.
Madam Chair, the contract for the 120 fourth generation light rail vehicles for LRT1 was signed po in 2018, and the production and manufacturing happened between 2018 and 2021. At the end of or as part of the manufacturing process po, one of the tests that we require at the factory is what we refer to as the water tightness test. The water tightness test was conducted po in 2020, but unfortunately po, we were not able to send physically our project engineers as representatives to participate in that water tightness test. Based po on the results of the water tightness test at the factory, the trains passed po at the factory, and that's why production and manufacturing proceeded. However po, Madam Chair, still as part of the process of testing and commissioning the trains before deployment, there was an actual test run that was conducted po in the second quarter of this year. It was during that test run po that the leaking issue was identified because the trains po, fortunately po, were tested at the time that it was raining. So because of that observation po, as part of the commissioning process, the issue was brought to the attention of our supplier, and currently po, as mentioned po by GM Jeremy earlier, root cause analysis is being conducted so that a possible resolution can be recommended subject po to the review and approval of LRTA and of DOTR as part of our project management po, Madam Chair. So,
Hindi ba pag meron tayong binibili, may warranty? Normally, so wala ba tayong redress dito? I mean, do they have engineers here now, as you said, evaluating? And what is the next step? Now that we can prove na may tumutulo, sila ba mag-aayos at low cost to the government?
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually, Madam Chair, we haven't accepted the trains yet. From delivery po of the trains to acceptance, there is a long process po where the trains are subjected to different types of testing and commissioning activities.
So it's still with them?
The trains have been delivered. They are already in our depot, but we have not yet accepted po. So the warranty has not even started po, Madam Chair. And they
Okay, so if we haven't accepted it, but it's still here, and then we say, oh no, we don't want it, it's not up to specs, can we return it?
Madam Chair, if we are unable to address the observations and the trains remain to be non-compliant substantially with our terms of reference, then non-acceptance po is one of the remedies available to us.
Okay, thank you. Senator Pimentel was raising his hand.
Partial payments already made? Partial payments, meron na?
Yes, sir.
Although not accepted, have we made partial payments?
Yes, sir. There have been payments made earlier po.
Magkano, sir?
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, so far po, we have so far paid po 42% of the total contract value. The contract amount po is 14.3 billion, and so far po we have paid 6.05 billion po, Madam Chair. 42% of the contract amount.
Huwag natin maliitin, Madam Chair, yung halagang na-expend na natin dito. At saka, pagdating dito, hindi ba ito first time na yung para sa LRT or MRT ba, years ago, nag-order din tayo na from Dalian ba yun? Hindi rin sukat ang width dun sa existing rails.
Yes, nangyari na yan. Alam mo,
As did, can anybody from DOTR confirm my statement and give the details para maintindihan
yeah,
natin?
and Yusek Batan has been there all along. Before Yusek Batan comments on this, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our majority leader, Senator Joel Villanueva. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Coco is recognized again.
Before my question is answered, yung historical data, can we give the name of the supplier that we're talking about right now? Itong sinasabi niyong walang quality control na kung wala tayong representative pasado sa leakage water leakage test, pag walang representative, pagdating dito umuulan, bagsak. So who is that supplier at bakit walang quality control yan?
Madam Chair, the 120 LRV supplier po is the Mitsubishi Corporation in partnership po with a Spanish company called Compañía Auxiliar de Ferrocarriles, that's CAF. This is a JICA-funded contract po, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have the name of the supplier that of the ano bang tawag dito? Cars ba ang tawag ba? Anong tawag po diyan? Cars ba yan? Cars that we're talking about?
Coaches, bagon?
Light rail vehicles po, LRVs po.
Okay, light rail vehicles. Okay, so can we go back to history now? Itong about this wrong specs na dineliver. Can you refresh our memories?
Madam Chair, in 2014 po, the Department of Transportation entered into a contract for the purchase of 48 light rail vehicles for MRT3, which is what we now know as the Dalian trains. Delivery po of the Dalian trains started in 2015 through 2017. And in 2016 to 2017 po, you are correct po, Madam Chair, that there were issues that were brought up on the Dalian trains, particularly on their compatibility with the MRT3 system. Following these issues po, Madam Chair, the department commissioned po an independent audit of the Dalian trains that was undertaken by the German firm TÜV Rheinland in 2018 to 2019. Based po on that independent audit by TÜV Rheinland, the issues po that were earlier identified were addressed. And right now po, just to give a status, some of the Dalian trains, 9 out of the 48 Dalian trains have been provisionally accepted po in 2019 and were used in the system during the height of the pandemic and is currently po being used also by the MRT3. Now, Madam Chair, currently the Dalian trains have not yet been fully deployed. Because, Madam Chair, at the time that our current service provider, maintenance service provider, Sumitomo, was mobilized in MRT3 in the middle of 2019, the Dalian trains po were not included in the scope of the maintenance contract of Sumitomo, and there have not yet, agreement has not yet been reached with Sumitomo to accept the Dalian trains into the scope of their maintenance, and that is why they are not being maintained po by Sumitomo currently. So just a brief overview po, Madam Chair.
Financial damage po, how much have we partially paid or fully paid for these Dalian trains? Na 9 out of 48 ang naremedyohan para gamitin. So 39 totally not being used and the contract is dated 2015 if I'm not mistaken. Sige, financials po, kung pwede ma-remind nyo po kami.
Sir, Madam Chair, this is June Canar, the new General Manager of MRTD 3. Sir, as to the question kung magkano na po yung nabayaran, ang total po out of the 3.7 billion ay 750 million na po ang na total payments made. Sir.
Okay, thank you for the information, sir. So 750 million we have paid, 3.7 billion is the contract price, and I hope that whoever was the middleman or the supplier has learned a lesson out of this incident, as well as the Republic of the Philippines. Dapat matuto rin tayo sa mga ganitong napaka magastos na mga karanasan natin involving the DOTR system, Madam Chair. So for the moment, I yield, Madam Chair, because I think Senator Villanueva, I saw him raise his hand.
Before, this is actually a rejoinder to what Senator Pimentel said. The MRT3 stations were designed for 4-car trains. Will the stations be adequate to handle the 73 check rail cars and 48 Dalian cars? Can the depot handle 121 rail cars?
Yes, Madam Chair. The design of the stations from the very start is designed for a 4-car train. And the depot, although it's a little tight, but it can accommodate the additional 48 Dalian trains, Madam Chair.
Bili tayo ng bili, ano? Walang continuity or planning. Anyway, Senator Joel, our majority leader, is now recognized.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. It's just that I'm so confused. We've been listening attentively. We were talking about yung tumutulo na trains, yung talking about yung 2 standards, and this representation together with the Senator J.V. Ejercito, we have been texting each other because I'm really confused, and he explained it to me pretty well what has been going on. It's just that I can't just imagine having 2 sets of TV. You're buying a television set that you would put in your living room, yung isa 110 volts, yung isa 220 volts. Yun yung dating mo sa akin. And then, I'm still interested sino yung genius na nag-design nito, sino yung genius na nag-decide nito. Kung sasabihin nating board, parang SRA din pala to. So, it's just that, Madam Chair, nakakalito na, ang daming pinoprocure, tapos lahat ng pinoprocure, puro may problema at parang hindi tayo ready. And dun sa explanation na naririnig natin, parang, hindi kasi may loan kailangan bilisan na natin yan But at the expense of our people, at the expense of our taxpayers. I just want to put that on record, Madam Chair. Hindi ito talaga yung pakay ko in this hearing, but I am here to support our chairperson, and thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity.
I think, Senator Nancy Bina, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, permission to ask one question lang, Madam Chair. Kasi based on sa COA audit, merong 13 billion projects na either discontinued or delayed that cost the government nga 8.64 billion. Ano ho ba tong 13 billion? Ano itong 13 projects na ito?
Madam Chair, based on the COA audited report for fiscal year 2021, the projects that they are referring to are the foreign assisted projects of the department Madam Chair, which have delayed implementation as of that year.
So ano yung 13 foreign assisted projects?
Madam Chair, for the rail sector, we would have the LRT1 Cavite station. We have the North-South Commuter Rail, the Metro Manila Subway project, the 3 Chinese projects the Subic-Clark Rail, the PNR South Long Haul, as well as the Mindanao Railway. For the maritime sector po, we have our Maritime Safety Enhancement Project Phase 1 and Phase 2. We also have our Maritime Safety Enhancement Project po, MSEP, for our maritime sector. And for our road sector po, we have our EDSA Greenways Project, our Cebu BRT Project, and our Davao Public Transport Modernization Project, Madam Chair.
So technically, lahat ng foreign assisted projects natin.
Yes po, Madam Chair.
Meron tayong penalty or commitment fees? Tama po ba?
Madam Chair, for all of our foreign assisted projects, we pay po financing charges for our loans. For some of our foreign assisted projects, the financing charge come in the form of commitment fees. Now,
actually, Yusek Batan, we had this conversation already last year during the last year's budget, and apparently, andito pa din, di ba? Tuloy-tuloy pa din siya. So, with new people in charge, well, except you, that you're still there, ano yung plano natin to stop the bleeding, kumbaga? For example, I will cite again the same project, itong Cebu BRT project. Di ba? Hanggang ngayon, nakahukay na ba kayo kahit isang section man lang na itong BRT project na to? Meron na ba?
Madam Chair, this is Yusek Lontok, the one handling the Cebu BRT project. The reason for the delay of the Cebu BRT project is partly because of the lack of budgetary support.
Ang dami nga din yung unutilized.
There was
I think
zero.
there was a budget. There's a budget this year, right?
There's nothing for 2022, Madam Chair. There was no budget allocation for the fiscal years 2019, 2020, and 2022. It was only in 2021 when it was provided for later release, which they released in November or December of last year.
Kasi Yusek, baka kaya hindi kayo binibigyan ng pondo kasi wala ka nangyayari dun sa project. Di ba? May hukay na ba? O hanggang ngayon nasa drawing stage pa din tayo?
Madam Chair, we have ongoing procurement for the Civil Works Package 1 and the consultant for technical support and financial management.
Actually, yun nga ho nakakapagtaka, Madam Chair. Di ba parang umuutang tayo na wala naman pala tayong plano dun sa gagawin nating project. Tapos utang tayo ng utang. So, di ba, taon-taon, dun sa terms of reference na yun, di ba, parang may commitment tayo na this year, kailangan ganito na yung project, this year, ganito na yung, tapos tuwing hindi natin nako-comply yung dapat nating gawin, bayad tayo ng bayad dun sa utang. Magkano na ngayon yung exchange rate, Madam Chair? So, I would assume yung mga penalty natin for not implementing the project, mas lalaki pa to in the coming years. So,
Madam Chair,
ano yung catch up natin to stop the bleeding? Because I would assume every year lalabas sa COA audit itong nasasayang na pera because of this 13 foreign assisted projects.
Madam Chair, if I may. Yun pong procurement ngayon is already a rebidding. There was a bidding conducted in 2021, but it failed because of the non-compliance of the bidders to the procurement guidelines. So we conducted another market study, and that is now what is being done. And now we are awaiting for the release of our request for the reallocation of our 2021 GOP budget to loan proceeds so that we can award the what is being procured now, Madam Chair.
Or itong EDSA Greenways. Parang...
Oo nga, di ba, describe to us.
Tinig tong EDSA Greenways na to.
Clarify nga yung EDSA Greenways. Ano yan? Yung mga walkways, ganyan. So, nasa na tayo dyan? Ano na yung mga na-deliver nyo dyan? I think you had about 2 billion for that, no?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and to the honorable members of the committee. I am Mark Steven Pastor po for the road sector of the department. Para po sa the EDSA Greenways project po is an elevated walkway consisting of 4 stations po that will connect it intermodally with other transport modes po such as the MRT3. It is supposed to be located in Balintawak, Cubao, Taft, and Guadalupe. At this point, Madam Chair, we are set to procure the design and build civil work contracts by October, while the procurement of consultancy services for construction supervision is already ongoing for shortlisting po. Likewise, the parcellary survey and property appraisal is ongoing, and we have ongoing delivery as well of the notice of taking po to the landowners for the right of way.
So hindi pa pala talaga nag-groundbreaking, ano? Magkano na ba yung ginastos? Magkano ba yung allotment ninyo for that last year? For 2022 pala, magkano?
For 2022, Madam Chair, we do not have funding.
2021.
For 2021, Madam Chair, we have 1 billion pesos po.
And then for 2023, what was approved by NEP?
For the 2023, Madam Chair, we were approved 774,970,000 pesos.
Madam Chair.
Okay. So in short, wala pa talaga.
Ano nangyari dun sa 1 billion yun noong 2021?
So for purposes po of the right of way allocation, and
So,
as mentioned,
Gastos niya yung 1 billion?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Nagastos niyo na yung 1 billion?
Hindi pa po. Because of there was a delay in the parcellary survey po because of as an effect of the pandemic. But we are now delivering the notice of taking at this point, and that payments will follow thereafter po.
Wait, kailan ba yung pandemic? Di ba yung pandemic 2020? 2020. Pero you were given 2021 billion, 1 billion to do this project.
Yes, ma'am.
Parang parang masyado ng gasgas ata yung reason na because of the pandemic.
Because, ma'am, it was necessary for the parcellary survey po, and that people should, it is required that our people will be on the ground and to communicate with the lot owners po.
So, ilang taon na delayed yung project, and how much have we paid kasi hindi on time yung implementation? Dahil di ba, magkano yung loan dito?
For the incurred commitment fees po, it is in the amount of 6 million pesos.
6 million yung nabayaran natin kasi wala pa nangyayari dun sa project.
As a commitment fee, Madam Chair.
And how much is the loan?
It is 8.7 billion, Madam Chair.
So 8.7 billion. Yun lang.
So are we already paying interest on that 8.7 billion?
Yes.
Madam Chair, we do not start paying interest until the loan proceeds have been disbursed. Prior to disbursement po, what we pay are commitment fees. So this is the cost po of essentially reserving the money in the bank for our projects po. But
And that's about
interest.
128. That's about 128 million a year for those 6 projects, right?
That's correct po, Madam Chair, 128.4 million po in 2021.
Madam Chair, siguro
Yes.
just put on record yung 128 million na binabayaran natin because of our inefficiency. Marami nang mabibiling gamot, yung kailangan ng health sector natin. Kaya hindi ko alam kung paano, I think kailangan natin siguro ng DOTR through Secretary Bautista to think of ways kung paano tayo makakahabol para mahinto na itong pagbayad natin ng ganitong penalty. Yun lang po, Madam Chair.
Actually, naaawa ko kay Secretary Bautista. Itong nadatnan po ninyo. I'm sure in the private sector this won't fly, but unfortunately, this is how it is in many government offices. Anyway, I think...
Madam Chair, if I may.
Who's speaking?
This is Yusek Kim Robert De Leon of the Finance Group, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Relative to the discussion on the commitment fees that we have incurred for delayed foreign assisted projects, the Secretary has already ordered several measures for us to improve our operational efficiency. That includes revisiting all the contracts that we have inherited as entered into by the department so that we will have a comprehensive view of the remaining deliverables, identify possible bottlenecks so that we can catch up in the deliverables expected from us. We have been closely working as well with the Secretary's guidance with the Department of Budget and Management to ensure timely releases of our appropriations and allotments, including those categorized as FLR. We are also working closely with them for the timely issuance of cash, as mentioned earlier by Yusek Batan, in the form of NCA and NCAA so that we can timely pay for our obligations from our contractors to avoid further commitment and interest charges. And we're also closely working with the Office of the Solicitor General under the direction of no less than the President to fast-track the acquisition of right-of-way for our priority and flagship projects, because any delay in the acquisition of right-of-way will also result to delayed implementation of the projects themselves. So those are some of the interventions that we have been doing, not only to improve our utilization rate, but more importantly, the progress of our flagship infrastructure projects, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Senator Pimentel is recognized.
Before we leave the matter of the EDS Greenways project, okay. Para lang maintindihan ko po, kasi this is Metro Manila centric, no? Ang nabanggit is the total loan amount is 8.7 billion. That means, am I correct to understand that the entire project will cost us around 8.7 billion pesos?
Mr. Chair, that is accurate.
Okay, so yun. So, and this will connect four areas, no? And via pathway. Ganun ba yung gusto niyo sabihin? Pedestrian, by walking.
Tama po, Mr. Chair. This is the project of the department to promote active transportation and via elevated walkways po, similar to what we see in, to cite an instance in Singapore. This will connect the establishments along EDSA to our modes of transportation, particularly our rail lines along EDSA, which is MRT3 and LRT2. For the other stations, this will also connect with LRT1, particularly the one in Taft.
Can you tell me how many kilometers this is and from where? Did you say Balintawak until where?
Yes, Madam Chair. The totality of the walkway is 5 kilometers, more or less 1.5 kilometer po, 1.250 kilometer po per station. So ito po ay located in Balintawak, Cubao, Guadalupe and Taft Avenue po.
Guadalupe and what?
Taft Avenue,
Taft.
Madam Chair.
What is the main idea here? Bababa ka, station ito, bababa ka sa station ng LRT or MRT and then you walk to what? Bus to a main street where you can ride a taxi, jeepney or bus. Is that the main idea?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. Also to provide an improved walkway for the pedestrians, considering that the current configuration of our pedestrian lanes along EDSA is very short and narrow. So this will improve it through an elevated walkway, Madam Chair.
So not only are the passengers of the MRT, LRT are going to use these pathways, but even the ordinary pedestrians who are not using LRT, MRT can use this Greenways project?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chair. For example, to cite an instance for the Guadalupe station, Greenways station, there will be seven staircases which you will have access to the greenways in that particular area, which will also connect you to the busway system.
Sige, example lang natin. One connection is busway, one connection is out of the 7, saan punta yung 6 others?
Landings, the landings are located in if I'm not mistaken, it's JP Rizal Avenue po. So you will have direct connection if you will walk, say, from the busway in Guadalupe. You can walk by using the EDSA Greenways po. Bababa na po kayo sa may JP Rizal. There are 3 landings po sa JP Rizal. The one near a park there and the other is on the other side towards MMDA. Madam Chair.
Okay, so that the person can either continue to walk sa sidewalk or ride a jeepney or hail a taxi. Ganun ang mangyari. Ganun po yun, di ba?
Tama po,
Okay,
Madam Chair.
Okay. Pagdating po sa commitment fees, we're paying 128 million to reserve the 8.7 billion amount. Ganun po ba yun? Or that is based on a smaller amount? Di ba?
Madam Chair, the 128 million po is for all of the foreign assisted projects of the DOTR. And noting lang po, Madam Chair, that not all of the foreign assisted projects of the DOTR are subject to commitment fees. Because, Madam Chair, in 2017, we changed the terms of our borrowing with JICA. We no longer pay them commitment fees on an annual basis. We only pay them a front-end fee, and this is to address the financing concerns that we have experienced po in the past. Also po, Madam Chair, the 100 commitment fees po, we would just like to note, would still be paid even for a project that is on schedule. Because when we borrow money po, we borrow money for the requirements of the project over multiple years. And the undisbursed amount of that loan for a year is subject to commitment fees po, even if the project is on schedule. Actually po, Madam Chair, we are trying to coordinate with the Department of Finance so that we are able to properly attribute which portion po of the commitment fees that we pay are naturally incurred in the regular program of the project, compared po to the portion that can be attributed to the delay. So that 128 million po in commitment fees in fiscal year 2021, that is not entirely due po to the delay of the projects, Madam Chair. So just to clarify po, Madam Chair.
So thank you, tama. It's the 1.28 million is commitment fees for foreign assisted projects, not only the EDSA Greenways. Okay, thank you for that clarification. maganda, marami tayong natutunan dito. Ibig sabihin yung mga finance people pala nakaimbento ng another way of labeling interest. Parang interest din ito dahil connected sa utang din. Okay, anyway, pero I think there was a mention of 6 million pa lang ang nagagastos sa EDSA Greenways project. Am I correct? Tama po ba yun? 6 million? And paid for what?
That is correct, Madam Chair. 6 million was incurred for as payment of commitment fees.
Okay, yun pala. Kaya doon.
Penalty yung 6 million.
Hindi, iba yata eh. As explained to us, commitment fee is talagang for the right to have a line, siguro. For the right to have a line, you pay a commitment fee. So, another way of calling interest.
That's correct, Mr.
Hindi, actually, di ba, minsan din, sa Coco, ginagamit yung word na commitment fees. Pag na-delay yung implementation ng project, kumbaga parang pinipenalize tayo nung nagpautang. And they use the word commitment fees.
That's why I think, sino ba, who mentioned it, na you're looking for a way to, to properly tag, which is the commitment fee na regular commitment fee and a commitment fee because of a delay. Siguro. Okay, so ano pa? I mean, tama po 'yun. I think that's a good approach to be more transparent with our expenses. So,
Madam Chair, with the permission of Senator Coco, siguro
yes,
DOTR submit to us a breakdown. Ano ba tong 8.664 billion na COA findings that cost DOTR due to delayed, terminated, or suspended projects? Kasi technically, parang merong 8.66 billion na kumbaga sayang, wala na to eh. Babayaran na natin to, di ba? Hingi lang ng breakdown.
Excuse me, Senator Binay, is that a loss to the government o hindi? That 8.7 billion pesos?
Yeah, based dun sa COA findings, 13 projects of the DOTR costing 8.664 billion were either delayed and or terminated, suspended due to. So costing eh.
We will submit po, Madam Chair, the 3 projects. 13
projects, yeah. Madam Chair, I have other questions on other subject matters. So, wave muna ako in the meantime. Thank you.
Okay, palaktaw-laktaw tayo minsan kasi pag may naalala na papasok. But I would like to recognize Senator Joel Villanueva. I think he has an issue with LTFRB for many years now.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. Just give me well, Madam Chair, before I go with the LTFRB, I'd like to point out this also perennial problem that I have been raising in the Senate, yung pong issue ng overloaded trucks and damaged roads, no? Privilege speech na ho tayo, ni-raise na natin ito noong nakaraang panahon sa mga budget hearings. Siguro, tanungin lang natin ng DOTR kung ano yung role ng DOTR in implementing itong anti-overloading law and what initiatives they are doing in order to prevent this from happening. I've been sharing this for quite some time. For example, Madam Chair, in Bulacan, if you're going south, going to Manila, pagdating nyo po ng Bukawe, aakyat po kayo dun sa exit toll gate, pupunta kayo dun sa Governor Halili, magmamacarthur Highway kayo, tapos pupunta kayo doon sa Marilao exit para pumasok ulit patungong Metro Manila. Everyone knows about it. Every single person in Bulacan. At 10, 11 in the evening, punta ho kayo doon mamayang gabi. I'm sure, napakahaba ng traffic, overloaded lahat yung trucks na pumupunta doon. Because doon sa Bukawe toll gate, meron siyang weighing machine. At pag ikaw ay napatunayang overloaded ka, sisingilin ka, magbabayad ka ng fines, etc. So, ito matagal ko na binabanggit ito, no? Nabanggit ko rin sa DPWH, sa ating PNP. I just wanted to find out what DOTR is doing. I raised this last year and last year, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Department of Transportation po, ang participation po namin is through the joint memorandum circular with other agencies, particularly po the DPWH, the PNP, and the LTO in implementing the anti-truck overloading law that is in effect. For this purpose, Madam Chair, if we may ask the good LTO chief to provide the further details on the matter. Thank you.
Go ahead, LTO, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Chofilo Guadis III. I am the Assistant Secretary and current LTO Chief. For the query, we have been conducting an anti-overloading operations. In fact, last night we just had one. It's both a combination of anti-drug driving and anti-overloading, and we have apprehended several drivers. This operation continually goes at random on different occasions at different times, but normally we conduct this between 7 o'clock in the evening to 10 in the evening when trucks come in from the different provinces.
How many were apprehended, Your Honor, sir? Have you ever get a chance to look at the situation in Bulacan northbound? Because this has been ongoing for quite a long time.
Sir, may I be given the chance to give it to you at a later time? I don't have the exact figures, but what I'm well aware of is that this is a continuing operation by the LTO Law Enforcement Office at random on different times of the day. I mean, on the different times of the night. We will provide you with the information on Monday, first thing Monday morning, Your Honor.
Kailan ho kayo nag-start sa LTO, sir?
I just started about 70 days ago, Your Honor.
Sige
But
po,
I have been
we'll
with
give
the
you time,
LTO
sir.
for-
We'll give you time. But I just want to put on record, sir, and to inform you that this has been ongoing for years now. And if you want to go there tonight, nandun lang po yun. Between 10 to 2 in the morning, sobrang traffic. Sira na ho yung daan ng Governor Halili going to MacArthur. Yung MacArthur Highway from the Bukawi section up to dun sa Papnong Marilao. Wak-wak na ho yun. Mas malaki pa yung crater doon kaysa sa Buwan, sir. At we have been following this up with the DPWH, the local officials, sa lahat sila wala hong magawa no? And yung PNP natin, yung PD natin, kausap natin kamakailan lang din. And we even allotted yung, if I'm not mistaken, 30 million worth of funding for DPWH to put up yung weighing scale ba tawag doon, or machine, or whatever you call it, para
Weighing stations.
Weighing station, yes. Napondohan po natin yun last year eh. So I wonder what's going on with the funds, etc. It's just that, sir, at least kayo bago lang kayo sa LTO, I hope na matugunan po ito, kasi kung wala din hong nanghuhuli doon, wala rin talaga. Magpapatuloy po yan. Sisirain lang po yung mga daan. This year, ang laki na naman ng pinondo para sa MacArthur Highway. Sisirain lang din po kasi kung overloaded nga po yung mga dumadaan dyan. On my next...
Madam Chair, siguro just to share, pero hindi ko alam kung initiative to ng LTFRB or ng NLEX. Parang in-implement na nila St. Joel yung kailangan putulin nila yung gilid ng truck para hindi na nila talaga pwedeng dagdagan yung pwede nilang ilagay. For example, katulad dun sa building natin, yung Senate building ngayon, medyo nakakaproblema dun sa delivery ng buhangin kasi nga pinaputol na nila yung side ng truck.
Ibig sabihin, nung una, puro overloaded sila nung
Yes,
nagpupula.
yes. So, hindi na sila pwede mag-overload kasi nga lumiit
Yeah.
na yung capacity ng truck.
Yeah, we laud the efforts, no? Yung ginawa niyo, Sen Nancy, we laud the efforts of doing that because that's one of the ways that you can do to avoid itong overloading. Pero kung wala ding manghuhuli o may mga kasabwat doon sa Bulacan area specifically, talagang wawasakin ito yung mga daan natin. I just want to put that on record. Going to my next point, with the indulgence of
Your
my
Honor,
colleagues, no?
may I just say something, please, if you would allow me, as a follow-up to your question. Your Honor, we have deputized the DPWH, and what we do is that we have portable weighing scale, which we carry on designated places, though I must admit, we cannot stay at one definite place like the MacArthur Highway all of the time. Kasi ho, ang nagiging trend yan, pag nagtagal po kami sa isang lugar, umiiwas ho yung mga truckers. So, ang ginagawa namin, we go at random at different places. For the weighing scale, we deputize the DPWH, pero kasabay ho niyan yung anti-drunk and drug driving naman, which the LTO itself is managing. But rest assured, we will put a greater emphasis on the areas that you mentioned. And I will ask the DPWH together with the LTO to conduct special operations on these areas, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. But I have to say this, face value pa lang, you already know that they're overloaded. Pagpasok pa lang dun sa NLEX, pagpasok pa lang sa highway, merong mga, kaya in-inform din natin yung NLEX officials about this, no? Yung speed nila, mas mabilis pa akong tumakbo kaysa dun sa truck na yun eh. So, alam mo na kung bakit, dahil hindi sila makatakbo mabilis, overloaded sila. So, thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just go to another point if I...
Sorry last na lang. Before we move to another topic. Pero hindi din ba kasi dapat taasan din natin yung quality ng kalsada natin to accommodate
Yes.
higher load? Wala bang pag-uusap si DOTR at si DPWH na yung kunwari, ganito yung standard nyo, hindi na pwede yan, dapat kapalan natin, or may ganun bang pag-uusap yung dalawang ahensya?
Yung last conversation namin, Sen Nancy, with the DPWH, that's what they did dito, yung sa Manila area, sa may Manila Port area. In-upgrade na nila yung standard nila. Tapos sabi din nila sa akin, yun yung gagawin nila doon sa mga areas na talagang heavily na dinadaanan ng mga trucks like yung MacArthur Highway. But I'm not sure kung nagagawa ito or how many areas they have identified, or will this standard be continued or be the standard nationwide, itong binabanggit natin.
Madam Chair, pwede mag-interject on road use and road safety?
Yes, go ahead please, Minority Leader.
With the, Senator Joel, okay lang?
Yes, boss. Yes, sir.
May continuity of tayo at is road use and road safety. Mr. Secretary, DOTR's mission seeks to provide not only an efficient and effective but also secure transportation system that is globally competitive, compliant with international standards, and responsive to the changing times. Kinuha ko yan sa mission statement ninyo. The Philippine Development Plan for 2017 to 2022 results matrices midterm update even included road transport safety, targeting a 10% reduction in road transport accidents per 100,000 population per year. Para measurable. And reminder lang, di ba si President Marcos gusto niya measurable po yung kanyang administration. I've been informed by my staff in 2020 alone, PSA reports 8,000 deaths by land transportation accidents. Kababasa lang natin recently, ang daming ang dami pong mga incidents leading to not only physical injuries but loss of lives. Yun ang pinakamalungkot sa lahat. So, my question to the DOTR, why is road transport safety absent in your list of performance indicators? The Secretary.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Pastor po. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we have programs that specifically targets the improvement of our road safety, particularly to those in trucks and our public utility vehicles. This is part and parcel of the push of the department for the modernization program and to deviate from the registration or renewal of vehicles through only emission testing. While much is needed to be done, we would like to highlight that the focus of this administration is to further promote the road safety initiatives of the department, and we will continue to push for our programs such as the modernization and the motor vehicle inspection system, so that we can have a tangible measure or stages so that we can check the roadworthiness of the vehicles plying our roads. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair.
Hindi po ba merong speed delimiter ba yung tamang term noon, requirement under a relatively new law? What's the status of that law? Is it being implemented? Is the DOTR pushing for its implementation? Yan ang author, and si Senator JV. Senator JV.
Thank you.
Sige,
Thank you for asking.
Yes. Can anybody, who can answer, Mr. Secretary?
Madam Chair, we are implementing the Speed Limiter Act through the mandatory use of inclusions in the public utility vehicles, and at the same time, we also check the speed limiters of public utility vehicles through random inspections through our inspectors through the LTO and the LTFRB. For purposes of particulars po, I may request the good ASEC again of LTO to provide further details. Thank you.
For the speed limiters, sir, first we conducted these tests normally every afternoon until evening, especially during Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, kung saan po maraming lumalabas, and then they go out from some entertainment areas. Meron ho kaming dala palaging speed limiters, and these are geared, one, towards checking the speed of those drivers. Number two, to check if those drivers have alcohol in their body. Normally, if a vehicle exceeds the speed limit, we flag it down, and then we always conduct also a sobriety test immediately if we notice that the person has alcohol in his body. Sabay po yun, Mr. Senator, if we conduct the speed limiter test, pati yung drunk and drug driving test po.
As I understand the law, I think it requires the installation of a gadget which will force the heavy vehicle to not to exceed a maximum speed. Tama ba pag-aalala ko sa batas o mali ako?
Madam Chair, for this particular question, we'd like to call on Chairperson Cheloy Garafil of the LTFRB. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Ms. Chair, Madam Chair. For the LTFRB, with respect to the speed limiter, we've already established the Central Public Utility Vehicle Monitoring System. With respect to the
I think I see the hand of Senator JV. Are you raising your hand?
Yes, Madam Chair, just like to correct yung yung statement ni LTO Director, baka hindi lang niya alam. Yung the law itself, yung it's the installation of speed limiters on public utility vehicles, particularly buses and heavy cargo trucks. So kailangan ma-monitor yan ng LTO, LTFRB kung naikakabit, no? Kasi karamihan po ng rationale, Madam Chair, is most of the fatal public utility buses accidents were because of marami rito was overspeeding and reckless driving. So i-correct ko lang po yun, hindi yung tungkol sa radar and paghuli mga overspeeding, but it's the installation actually of the speed limiters on public utility buses and cargo trucks. Yan po. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for that clarification, Senator JV. Go ahead again, Ms. De Leon.
This is Chairman Garafil from LTFRB, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Madam Chair, dun sa LTFRB, we've already established yung CPU VMS, yung monitoring system namin. Nag-start na kami, this is to monitor po yung mga buses na nag-apply dyan sa EDSA busway. And in it, we can monitor po yung mga speed limits nila through the GPS system. So ngayon po, we can monitor po majority ng ating mga buses dyan sa EDSA busway. Start lang po ito. We plan to do it all over the country. Pero since may limitation din po tayo, mag-start po muna tayo sa EDSA busway.
Well, Madam Chair, given the replies, mukhang they are intentionally misreading the law. Or tell us if you do not want the law, you want the law amended, or it's impossible to implement the law. Ang idea ng law actually is the user of the heavy vehicle will have no choice, technologically bound siya to a speed limit because of that gadget which is required by the law to be installed. Yun yung spirit ng law. Ang tagal na po niyan na hindi na implement. So those who are expected to implement it, give feedback to your Congress, to your legislators. You know, do you disagree with the wisdom of the law? Don't you like the law? Is the law impossible to implement? Para we will react accordingly. Hindi itong parating sasabihin nyo, we will detect their speed. You know, yun na nga ang point eh. Whether they like it or not, a speed limiter will not allow the driver to go faster than the physical limit of his heavy vehicle because of that gadget required by law to be installed to protect our pedestrians, other users of our road system, dahil ang daming namamatay unnecessarily. Kasi para sa akin, Madam Chair, unnecessary death yung mga ganun na aksidente, negligence, failure ng brake system, not paying full attention sa pangyayari sa daan, and you are cruising at high speeds, unnecessary deaths. That's why naisip nga yung law na yan eh. So I'm disappointed with the replies, Mr. Secretary. Medyo let's tighten, Mr. Secretary, let's tighten supervision, monitoring of the agencies or divisions below us, Mr. Secretary. Lalo na itong buhay ito eh. Kaya the rationale of the law is to save lives. Yan ang...
Yes, Mr. Senator.
Can we get a statement from the Secretary, a commitment on that?
Yes, sir. Yes, Madam Chair, we'll commit that we will see to it that we will implement this in coordination with LTO and LTFRB.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Senator Joel is recognized.
Thank you. Can I continue, Madam Chair? Thank you, Senator Coco. I totally agree. And again, I would invite all of you, everyone here in this chat room, to go to Bukawe later, 10 in the evening, up to 2 in the morning. I have been saying this every single year for the past 3-4 years. So I hope may mangyari din po. Yung mga trucks na dumadaan po doon, 10 kilometers per hour. Can you imagine? Kaya napakahaba ng traffic doon. At higit sa lahat, sirang-sira na nga po yung daan namin. Gusto ko lang tanungin yung DOTR, yung current status din on the North Luzon Express Terminal o yung NLET operation. Can we have just an update with this? Kasi is this project pushing through? Kasi start of the year, I remember the former DOTR secretary made mention that NLET and PITX will continue to operate. But I think last week or last week lang, I was in Bulacan and I passed by the terminal in Bulacan. There seems to be no activity in the area. So I thought it would be a good time right now to ask this question, Secretary or anyone from the OTR.
Yes, yes, Madam Chair. There's an existing unsolicited proposal coined as the North Luzon Express Terminal. It's still pending with evaluation by NEDA and the Department of Transportation's Planning Office. But for purposes of implementing a terminal hub in the north, the NLET po operates an interim terminal at this point in time.
Yeah, I know that. So this project will push through and the ball is in the hands of NEDA. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Madam Chair. There is an existing unsolicited proposal po and it is still under evaluation po of the appropriate agency.
Okay, is there a time frame for that? Last question before I move forward. Do you have a time frame?
Madam Chair, since this is an unsolicited proposal po and since there is new implementing rules and regulations for the BOT law that is, well, it's just waiting effectivity po actually by the middle of October. Once the new implementing rules and regulations are effective by the middle of this October, we will be coordinating po with the Investment Coordination Committee on the way forward for the unsolicited proposal for the North Luzon terminal project po, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to LTFRB and I also been raising this particular question. No? While we understand that the LTFRB has recently given older PUVs an extension of 2 years. Thank you. Been waiting for this for quite a long time before their vehicles are considered obsolete and no longer fit for service. Kasi while this is a welcome development, we also note that these operators are currently experiencing financial difficulties because of inflation, because of the increase in prices in oil, etc. So yung updating or modernizing their vehicles will be financially burdensome on these operators. In fact, in the past year or so, we have been asking yung LTFR because parang ang daming ang gugulo ng mga memo nila. And this is a personal experience. No? I have friends in Bulacan, in Valenzuela, in Marikina, na they were asked and forced to take a loan, tapos kumuha ng mga vehicles, tapos hindi pa pala i-implement, etc. Hindi na rin sila makabayad, na embargo na foreclose na yung kanilang mga biniling mga sasakyan. So my question is, what are the assistance being given by DOTR to PUV drivers in order to update their vehicles, number one, and number two, yung LTFRB, meron na bang malinaw na patakaran ngayon para maalagaan natin itong mga operators natin, no? Kasi ito yung mga hindi sumuong doon sa linya na magkolorum sila, etc. You know, talagang nagtiyaga sila at nandito sila para magserbisyo and at the same time syempre para magkaroon ng hanap buhay and I'm sure ang dami-dami pong naapektuhan dito, ang dami-daming nahirapan dito sa mga past orders nito. May mga pag-aaral na po ba kayo how you're going to address this, ma'am?
Hi sir. Sir, based dun sa aming pag-uusap nga with the different transport organizations for the past few months, since nag-assume po kami, yun nga isa sa mga hiniling nila is extend yung mga age limit nila sa mga vehicles nila kasi nga 2 taon din silang hindi nakabiyahe. So we recently issued a memorandum circular addressing that. So nag-extend po tayo ng 2 taon doon sa mga age limit nila. So kung hindi na po sila pwede this year, may 2 taon pa po sila na pwedeng tumakbo as long as they submit the required papers and documents to us. Yung pangalawa po, Nag-extend din po tayo ng mga waiver ng penalties nila. So lahat po ng mga hindi nakapagrehistro, na hindi nakapag-confirm, may mga supervision fees na kailangan silang bayaran, ini-waive na po namin lahat yon. And then we are extending also yung mga deadline nila for the submission of documents kasi alam din po natin yung mga ibang mga operators, yung mga sasakyan nila, since hindi nakapagbiyahe for 2 years, kailangan nilang pa-refurbish or ipagawa din yung mga sasakyan nila. So nag-extend din po tayo ng submission nila ng mga documents sa ating ahensya, and then wala pong penalties yon for the delay.
That's good.
Among
That's
other
good.
things.
Madam
That's
Chair.
good. And that's a welcome development, no? Sige, kung may dadagdag pa po.
Opo, Madam Chair, thank you po. Tama po yung mga nabanggit at observations po ni Senate Majority Floor Leader. And we want to highlight at this time lang po that we have programs upang matulungan po natin ang ating mga drivers and operators, especially during the pandemic. There are two programs po that are existing. Ito po yung Chuper Scholar Program natin na kung saan binibigyan ho natin ng pagkakataon yung mga drivers and operators and yung direct immediate family po nila na mag-enroll into vocational courses so that they will have additional income for their family. As of today, we have 20,387 total beneficiaries po. And another program is yung the Entrepreneur program po natin in partnership with the Department of Labor and Employment na kung saan po yung mga drivers and operators din po natin ay binibigyan po ng pagkakataon na magkaroon po ng negosyo. Meron po silang negosyo card at para matutuho sila kung paano magpatakbo na itong negosyong ito. As of today, meron po tayong 6,333 beneficiaries po. We have recently received the funding po for the 2022 GA for the continuation of these programs, and that there are more or less po 15,000 additional beneficiaries for the coming months po. We will continue to implement this. In addition po, dito sa nabanggit ko pong social support component ng PUBMP natin, gusto ko rin pong bigyan din na nakakatulong po sa pang-araw-araw na pagbayad sa kinikita po ng ating mga drivers and operators and eventually payments for the loans that they have incurred is the service contracting po natin, where we ensure na magkakaroon po sila ng additional subsidy po as they operate their public utility vehicles. I would like to take this opportunity as well po that for the 2023 budget of the department, we requested for funding for these particular programs. For the PUVMP po, we requested 778 million. And for the service contracting, we requested 12 billion pesos po. Unfortunately, we do not have the said allocation under the National Expenditure Program of 2023. At sana po matulungan po tayo ng Senado. Maraming salamat po.
So USEC, zero yan?
Wala,
Zero yan this year?
Senator Joel, just for clarity, wala ngang budget for service contracting, di ba?
Tama po, Madam Chair.
At meron pang mga hindi nababayaran na nag-provide ng service na yun, di ba?
Yung current po, as of today, tumatakbo pa rin po yung ating service contracting program dito sa EDSA Busway. We confirm po that meron pa hong hindi nababayaran, but it was narrowed down to 2 weeks na po yung payment system. Yung 2 weeks po na yon is because of the turnaround for the submission of documents and the processing po of LTFRB for the payments.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Senator Joel.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yusek, yung binabanggit mo kanina, hindi siya pinondohan? Not even a single cent?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Dalawang item that you mentioned.
Yes, that is correct, Madam Chair. Wala po sa
yan ang mas sustainable program than just giving dole out na, di ba, binibigyan mo ng ayuda na ito yung salapi, tapos ito natuturuan sila. I think that's more sustainable. Anyway, can you give us a copy na lang of that request? Let's see what we can do. But let me go back dun sa LTFRB. Una, we laud the efforts of LTFRB in looking into this. Ma'am, maraming at mataas ang expectation po sa inyo dahil yung mga nakaraang LTFRB, babanggitin ko po dito sa hearing na ito, for the past years, we have been facilitating meetings after meetings with different transport groups, cooperatives, etc. Lahat po discouraged, lahat hindi naging masaya yung experience, including this representation, no? And I feel bad about it. Gusto ko lang pong tanungin yung update doon, last issue ko na lang po ito, yung rationalization study ng DOTR mentioned in several LTFRB's circular. Kasi ito yung isa sa mga hirap na hirap yung ating mga operators na wanted to, gusto lang naman magkaroon ng hanap buhay. And ma'am, I'm sure ang LTFRB, you are all aware of the perennial problem of fixers, etc. Maraming lumalapit dyan. Lumapit kayo sa amin, gagawin namin, bigyan namin kayong prangkisa, etc. Napakatagal na po yan, hindi lang nung nakaraang administrasyon, but in so many administrations, ganun na talaga yan, nandyan na talaga yan. Ang dami yung fixers, ang daming mga manggagancho dyan sa lugar ng LTFRB area, ang daming lalapit, etc. At ang dami na rin pong nabibiktima. I hope we do something about it. No? And isa dun sa mga nilalapit sa ating opisina, itong rationalization na study being mentioned in several LTFRB sa circular. May we know how many routes have been covered by your study as of today?
Sir, with respect po doon sa naging problema doon sa LPTRP na kung tawagin yung route rationalization natin para sa mga LGUs, totoo po na nagkaroon po talaga ng delay doon sa implementation kasi po yung nakuha nating consultant, if I'm not mistaken 2 years ago, ay hindi po nakapag-submit ng tama doon sa kanyang kontrata dahil po nagkaroon ng pandemic. So hindi po sila nagkaroon ng proper study with respect sa mga ruta sa iba't ibang lugar.
Can I ask if this rationalization study is still ongoing?
Sir, kasi nga po na-delay po sila. So ngayon
It's still ongoing?
Ongoing, sir. Actually, gusto namin i-save yung mga initial na submission na nitong consultant para po we can use it para i-submit sa mga banks doon sa requirement nila for LPTRP. So
mahalaga po ito, ma'am, no? And what is your initial findings dito sa binabanggit po ninyo? And when do you plan to complete this, yung binabanggit nyo?
Sir, marami pong result ng study ang pwede na nating i-adapt. Actually, ngayon, sir, finalize na lang natin yung mga initial na pwedeng ruta talaga na pwede namin isubmit sa bank, and then we're set to meet with the land bank first week of October para i-discuss yung magiging alternative document na pwede namin isubmit sa kanila in place of the LPTRP kasi basically naman yung mga ibang na-establish namin na ruta, solid na rin naman po yun. So baka pwede na po natin gawin yon para at least yung mga nakabinbin na mga loan na hindi na-approve dahil walang LPTRP, ma-approve na po.
Oo, yan yung malaking problema, ma'am. Ang dami yung kakilala natin na biktima po niyan. And isa pa, yung binabanggit, yung ilang mga local government units, ma'am, na not prepared their, yung Local Public Transport Route Plan o LPTRPs, which causes a delay in the grant of their CPCs, no? So ang next question ko din is how do you encourage itong mga local government units to prepare this plan?
Actually, sir, yung out of 1,500 plus na LGUs, 800 pa lang yung nakapag-submit sa amin ng LPTRP proposals. Yung iba po, ang gagawin po namin, magkakaroon po kami ng another round of capacity building sa mga LGUs na hanggang ngayon ay hindi pa nakapag-submit. At saka yung mga ibang LGU naman na nakita namin yung LPTRP na hindi angkop doon sa ginawa nating guidelines, magkakaroon din po kami ng another round of capacity building po before the year ends.
Madam Chair, if I may po, Madam Chair.
Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tama po yung nabanggit ni Chair Garafil of LTFRB, and based on the policy po of our Secretary, we will also make a push, Madam Chair, dun po sa ating government financial institutions, particularly the Development Bank of the Philippines and the Land Bank of the Philippines, that in lieu of the LPTRP po, no, which is still wanting at this point in time for various reasons of the local government units, the LTFRB shall instead issue a document po that will be acceptable to the banks. So that the loans can be processed at the document that may be issued by the LTFRB, ensuring po that the routes that will be applied by the applicants for the loans is certified to these applicants, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just want to put on record that I'm in full support of that initiative. Please give us a heads up kung saan tayo, and if there's anything we can do on our end dito sa Senado to help out, no, ma-expedite itong initiative na ito. Just would like to put on record that we are here to help in any way we can. Protektahan natin yung ating mga kababayan, lalo na yung mga operators natin, mga drivers natin, PUV drivers natin. Hingi na lang ako LTFRB ng status report dito sa LPTRP issue na ito. And again, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, dear colleagues, for your patience. Thank you, DOTR family. Salamat.
Okay, you know, there are many attached agencies under the DOTR. We have to go through each of them. If you don't mind making it quick, your responses, because I have to go through my checklist. What I need, if you can just submit to us the pilot study for the taxis for hire, motorcycle taxis for hire. There is a transport advocacy group to permit the entry of more players in the pilot study. That's one. Can we accommodate them? Number two, what is DOTR's position about the recent acquisition of Move It by Grab Philippines? How will it affect the pilot study? Will this move disadvantage other motorcycle operators? Briefly, can you answer that? Hindi kaya parang unfair competition ito?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very briefly po, for the motorcycle taxi, the technical working group that was constituted during the past administration po has already submitted 2 reports with the House of Representatives, and we believe that this will also submitted to the Senate. We will furnish again po another copy of the report. With regard to...
Can you give me the gist of that? Is it applicable? Is it something that you recommend?
Yes, Madam Chair. For the Department of Transportation, through the technical working group, we focused on the safety of the motorcycle taxi as a mode of public transportation, and we recommend.
And so far, lalo na yung angkas, they follow protocols, di ba?
Yes, Madam Chair. The 3 proponents of the study have followed to the letter the rules and regulations that were given by the technical working group, and
okay.
Respectfully submitted to.
Thank you, sir. I think I'm sorry if I missed the copy of what you submitted. If you have it, you don't have to. If you submitted, you don't have to resubmit. Next, about the car plates. Each vehicle owner pays 450 pesos, totaling in 1.1 billion already collected. Ano pa ba yung backlog dun sa ating mga plates? Mga plaka ng sasakyan, yung mga delay, matagal na yan, di ba?
May answer the question. Chofelo Guadis from LTO. For the motor vehicle replacement plates, ito po yung mga green plates na dapat ay maging black and brown, black and white ang background. There is a backlog of 2,328,000.
Okay, when are you planning to supply those?
Ma'am, we are waiting for the budget for this year. If we are able to get the budget, we will be preparing our terms of reference and in the hope that by the end of 2023, we will be able to address this backlog. Half of this will be produced by the LTO plan. We have a plan that produces these plates. Half of it may be given to the private sector dahil outsource. Baka hindi ho namin kayanin lahat.
So, ang ibig sabihin, meron naman kayong budget ngayon for that, right?
Wala pa rin, but we anticipated. May NEP ho kami na 4 billion which was endorsed by the DBM.
Which was endorsed. It was endorsed by DBM. Okay.
It was recommended by DBM. My apologies, Madam Chairperson.
So meron o wala?
Meron po.
Okay. Next. Dun sa application for the driver's license, no? LTO requires that applicants for student driver's permit undergo the theoretical driving course module, which is 15 hours long. Hindi ba napakahaba nito? Nasa IRR lang naman yan, di ba? Wala naman sa batas yan.
May I answer, Madam Chairperson?
Yes, please.
This was the original concept adopted by then Assistant Secretary Galvante when they crafted the memorandum circular. 15 hours for theoretical and 8 hours for practical driving test, driving course. Right now, we have convened again a technical working group to address this issue. We feel, Your Honor, that 15 hours may be a little long, and we feel that 3 days of seminar may be quite expensive, especially for those working people. I'm looking into the possibility of reducing it to as much as 7 hours for a theoretical. However, for the practical, Your Honor, I still subscribe that an 8 hours of lesson is needed in lieu of the continuing road crashes in the road. We still feel that the 8 hours is needed, but we're still validating this in our dialogue with the driving schools in the hope that we can come up with an acceptable.
Okay, but how do they fulfill this 8 hours? They have to go to a driving school that's accredited. Ganun ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor, they go to
Now, for the seminar, you plan to cut it down to how long?
We feel that about 7 to 8 hours would be justified. We will just consolidate some topics. Most of these are on road signs and road safety.
Can you explain to me what an LTMS portal is?
Yes, Your Honor. LTMS portal is the Land Transportation Management System portal.
Ano yon? Computer ba yon?
May I take a look into my notes, Your Honor? This was the portal, I'm sorry, this was the portal designed to consolidate all the IT requirements of the LTO from motor vehicle registration to driver's license to the law enforcement apprehension. All of these data are put together into the IT system of the LTO.
Kasi ang balita, ginagamit itong mga portals na to answer the theoretical exam instead of the mga fixers ang nag-a-answer, hindi yung mga talagang nag-a-apply. Bakit? Sorry, I'm not familiar with it. Paano nangyayari yun? Are there computer portals in the LTO offices? Is that how they answer their exams?
May I answer, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
The previous administration, what they did is if you will be given if your driver's license will be renewed, the law or the memorandum circular requires you to undergo 5 hours of seminar online using the LTO portal. And number 2, there will be an examination which you will be taking on the portal also online. What the irony here and what we found out, Your Honor, as we go on is that in most of these cases, I would say 75 to 80%, it is another person who is taking the seminar. It is another person who is taking the examination. we feel that this is reprehensible, so we are evaluating this, and my inclination is just to totally abolish this portal.
I don't understand. So another person is taking the exam. How are the exams conducted? Are they written exams? You take it physically, or you go to a center where there are portals that you actually enter your answers?
Your Honor, actually yun is nasa computer yun, Your Honor, or you can take it in your cell phone and then you answer it also online. However, Your Honor, since there is no facial recognition, kung sino-sino na lang ang sumasagot doon, kahit hindi mismo yung applicant, nagagawa yan.
For sure gagawin po nila yan, sir. Maganda, I encourage any online format as long as it has safeguards, no? Like makikita talaga, like during the pandemic, those that were taking standardized exams abroad, for applications to schools abroad, they were taking it, but there's a certain camera setup para nalalaman na ikaw nga yung nag-a-answer doon. Maybe you can turn on your camera. I don't know, this is something that you really need to review, kasi madali talagang gayain yun. Ito naman, yung LTMS portal ba ninyo, nabigay na ng dati ninyong IT provider na Stratcom to Dermalog ang database?
No, this is with the current IT provider. Ang kailangan lang doon and what we feel is that kulang lang yung app ng facial recognition for us to be able to effectively use the portal. If that feature is added, Your Honor, hindi na pwedeng mandaya dahil dapat kitang-kita noong portal yung nag-exam, yun yung talagang may-ari ng driver's license.
Okay, so can we expect a progress report on how you plan to fix this?
Your Honor, may I answer? Yes, Your Honor, we're in that process now, Your Honor, of developing this facial recognition, not only for this portal in renewing driver's license, but in our future plan also na yung driver's license renewal would now be done online using the same feature.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We will expect something, a report on that. One more, LTFRB. I'll just tell you, please put your contact numbers in government websites for complaints, and make sure that you have somebody who actually can answer those complaints. Kasi meron this call LTFRB, pero minsan naman ang hirap maka-connect or walang sumasagot. Pakisagot lang yung mga tawag sa inyo. Okay? I think that Senator JV was...
Madam Chair. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, in line with your query regarding the backlog on the car plates, I'd just like to ask our Assistant Director of LTO, Asek Guadis, ilan pa ho talaga ang backlog ngayon sa ngayon, yung estimate nyo, na both motorcycles and vehicles? Kasi, Madam Chair, this is very important, no? Lalo na sa decent order at lahat, no? Importante na, ang pinaka-importante, malagyan kagad ng mga plates as soon as possible. Itong mga, lalo na yung mga motorcycles, marami ang malaki backlog. Asek, can you answer kung ilan talaga yung backlog natin?
Yes, Your Honor, I can answer that. For motor vehicle replacement plates, ang backlog is 2,328,701 pairs. For motorcycle, it is 11,541,050 pieces.
Wow, napakalaki pa talaga. Ano ba kaya talaga ang magiging natin, ang strategy natin? Because this has been a problem since the Aquino administration nag-carry over sa Duterte administration. Akala natin masusolve na. And now, medyo malaki yung lalo na yung 2 million pairs again for cars and 11 million for motorcycles. So ano pong natin dito, kasi dati we used to import, no? Na dati ginagawa pala. Panahon ni President Marcos, alam ko ginagawa yan dito yung mga plate numbers, tapos nag-import tayo, ginagawa natin sa labas. Tapos ngayon, ano na po talaga ang magiging strategy? Ang mahalaga po rito, yung backlog na ito talagang ma-solve natin, because this is a concern for peace and order, kasi maraming gumagamit ng pag wala pa yung mga plate numbers, naku, talaga nakakatakot, baka yan ay gamitin sa krimen.
Your Honor, may I answer that query?
Go ahead.
Your Honor, the DBM gave us a NEP of 4,700,000 to address the backlog. Though we feel that's not enough because our requirement is 6,828,039,916 pesos. We feel that this can address at least 80% of the backlog. Now, how do we address this? We have a plate plan in LTO. Yun hong gumagawa ng plaka. So we can address as much as 60 to 70% of this. Yung hindi namin kakayanin within the year, we intend to source this out in the hope that by December of 2023, mapunuan man lang namin at least 90% of the backlog.
Well, that's good to hear. I'm hoping, no, we will support you. I'm sure our chair will also support that, kasi malaki talagang ano yan, no? Yung absence of the official license plates, no, ay talagang concern niya, especially peace and order. Going lang dun sa motorcycles, medyo concerned ako, no, na after the pandemic, ngayon napakarami na talaga ang motorcycle riders. I myself am a motorcycle rider. 11 million, medyo malaki yan. And going dun sa, siguro kung aware kayo dun sa plaka, yung medyo naging controversial, yung Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act, no, that was passed a few years ago. Pero ang naging usapan kasi with the President Duterte niyan is hindi lang natuloy, no? Parang i-amend yung law kasi nga may RFID na tayo, 'di ba? May nilalagay ng RFID which already contains the information, no, yung license plates, yung information on the motorcycle, the owner, probably the license, no? That it would lahat ng information nandoon mapapadali na rin sa mga checkpoints. So ang ginawa nun ni ASEC Galvante back then was to order the rear plates para mas mapabilis. Siguro baka mas magandang ganun muna para lahat ng motor mabigyan muna. Hindi nga natin mabigay yung plate number ng 11 million kung maglagay pa tayo ng front plates, uunahin, baka mas tumagal. Ano nyo ron, ASEC Gadis, what's your take on that?
Madam Chair, may I answer? For that issue, Your Honor, what we have done is inuna na po namin muna yung mga backplates. For the front, ang threshold niya ng previous administration which we're adopting is gagamit kami ng decal.
Decals,
however,
yes.
we are anticipating the passage of the new law. So sa ngayon po, we will just address first the backplates, hindi ho muna yung sa harapan.
Well, that's good to hear, Madam Chair. Siguro unahin na lang po natin para lahat magkaroon na, ma-address natin 11 million. Pagawa na po natin siguro yung backplates. Tapos yung front po ay already filed an amendment to the Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act, no? Yung SB Bill number 159 amendment, no, to the law, which seeks to na talagang front yung RFID and rear plates. So I think we will be hitting two birds with one stone. Ma-address muna natin yung backlog. At least unahin na natin yung rear plates, Madam Chair. Thank you po, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Before I recognize Senator Coco Pimentel and Senator Joel Villanueva, I just want you to be prepared. I will ask about the airports because I need to know what's going on there with the rehabilitation of NAIA. I also want to know about the Marina, about our EU accreditation, and then the Toll Regulatory Board and the interoperability program of the companies in the RFID system. All right, Senator Joel, 30 seconds.
30 seconds lang, Senator Coco.
Okay, go ahead.
Just, with the indulgence of the Minority Leader. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minority Leader. Every year I do this during budget hearings, and unfortunately, this is my 6th budget hearing. And just to point out, ang Department of Transportation, ang DOTR, ay meron pa rin po na unfilled positions, personnel, na 924 positions. 924 positions. However, you still have casuals, contract of service, job orders na 1,868. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but again, I just want to put that on record. Year after year, we have been raising this. Again, sa DOTR, 1,868 ang casual at job order. Ang unfilled positions naman ay 924. I'm more than willing to be corrected if my figures are wrong, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Coco.
Senator Cocos recognized. Thank you, Senator Joel.
Tungkol ito sa mga license plates na yung delay, millions na. Ito po personal, Secretary, personal experience. Bumili po ako ng motorsiklo September 2017. I-highlight ko lang.
Rider ka rin pala, ha?
Hindi po.
Ko lang narinig yun,
Hindi. Ikwento ko na lang sa inyo yung background dito sa pagkita tayo ulit. Basta bumili po ako ng motorsiklo September 2017. Sa inip ko, May 2022, ako po'y sumulat na sa LTO for the plate. So 5 years later, ako po'y sumulat sa LTO for the plate of my motorcycle. 2 days later, from my letter, you gave me the plate. So, I'm very appreciative. Salamat sa inyo. Pero ang akin lang tanong sa sarili ko, paano pala kung hindi senador yung sumulat? At saka hindi ako sumulat, limang taon ang walang kilos. Sumulat ako 2 araw. Ang ganda pa ng plate number ko, vanity plate pa. So, no, I'm very appreciative for the attention that you gave to my letter. Pero as representatives of the people, dapat dala namin dito yung situation ng natin, mga kababayan natin na walang mga title, walang mga posisyon. So I did nothing for 5 years, walang plate, but when I wrote 2 days later may plate. So can we explain this? Ano bang what is this phenomenon, Mr. Secretary?
May I be given the chance to explain this, Your Honor? I've been with the LTO for 12 years. What the previous administration does is, yung mga plaka after they have built them, binibigay po yan sa mga dealers. And we allow the dealers to distribute these plates to their clients. We have to admit in some ways yung mga dealers may not be that effective, or in some instances nawawala na po yung tao, they've lost contact. I really do not know the peculiar circumstances why your plate was only given after 5 years. But under normal circumstances, pag-produce po ng plate, and as of this moment, wala na current ho kami sa yung mga plate, motorcycles currently purchase po, naibibigay naman po ang plaka in about 1 week or 2 weeks at the most. But these plates are given to the dealers, and the dealers are given the duty now to distribute this. Siguro po hindi na ibigay po ng dealer sa inyo, and we apologize for that, Your Honor.
Well, of course.
With the indulgence of Senator Coco,
yes.
Singit lang ako kasi I'm a motorcycle rider, yung mga nauna kong motor, 5 years old, 6 years old na, wala pa yung plaka. Pero yung mga bago ngayon, meron na. So yun lang, para lang for the information of our LTO director. Yan ang problema.
Sige, siguro take a look at that, no? Kasi that's quite ironic. And then I have information here that you have collected 1.2 billion in fees for the replacement of license plates from starting in 2015. Tama po ba 'yan? And what do you do with these fees? Nabigay ba sa mga nagbayad yung purpose ng pagbayad nila, which are the license plates?
May I answer that, Your Honor? these fees which the LTOR collects are deposited to the National Treasury every day, Your Honor. And then when the time comes for us to request a budget for these replacement plates, we ask them through the legislative body or through the DBM na ibigay yung pera sa amin para po kami makagawa ng plaka.
Yun yung nabanggit nyo, sir, na 6.8 billion kanina?
That is the yes, Your Honor.
Those are for the plates. Tama ba yan? For the production of the plates.
Yes, Your Honor.
Na request ninyo yon, nabigay naman sa NEP.
Ang binigay po ng DBM out of the 6.8 billion requested is 4.7 billion.
4.7. Okay. So 4.7 should be good enough to reduce our yung mga undelivered natin for both four-wheel vehicles and motorcycles. Ganun po ba?
Yes,
By how much ma-reduce? Ilan ba itong 4.7 is what percent of 6.8? So dapat more or less ganun. Tama po ba yun, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
If we just get the percentage, 4.7 is what percentage of 6.8? That is our expectation. Yan ang reduction ng quantity ng undelivered plates. Is that
Yes, Your
correct?
Honor. That would be roughly about 70%, Your Honor.
Okay, sige. So sa next year's budget cycle, dapat ano na yan, achieve ano yan, ang tawag mo doon, accomplishment report.
We are very optimistic that we can accomplish this, Your Honor.
Ano, sir? That you are...
We are very optimistic that we can live up to that expectations, Your Honor.
So thank you. Nabanggit din natin po yung ano, no? Madam Chair, I'll move on to another topic,
Go ahead, sir.
Yes. According to the 2021 COA report on the DOTR, ito, i-quote ko po, the contract for the IT project component A was perfected on May 28, 2018 and is awarded to Dermalog Identification Systems, Holy Family Printing Corporation, Microgenesis and Verzontal Builders Incorporated joint venture with a total contract cost of round off ko na lang 3.1 billion pesos. So question, has the joint venture supplier delivered completely this IT project component A?
Your Honor, according to the finance group is yes, they have delivered mostly, and right now we are on the maintenance stage for the 5 years maintenance program, which we have also used the Dermalog for the maintenance of our IT units.
So how much has been paid of the contract cost, sir?
Just been paid. What was paid is 2,311,345,105.80 centavos out of the amount of 3,146,991,996.37 centavos.
Yes, let's round off the unpaid amount. May mga let's say 700 million. What explains the unpaid amount, the yet unpaid amount of 700 million?
Your Honor, the balance would be for the maintenance of the IT for the next 5 years, which started 3 years ago and which would end by 2024. For that, they would have an unpaid balance of 835 million roughly.
Okay. Itong mga reklamong natatanggap namin, sir, na slow processing of documents in getting driver's license or renewal of driver's license, registration ng vehicles. Yung reklamo, sir, may reklamo kasi, meron nga akong classmate sa law school, sabi niya, meron nga daw kayong monitor doon na paulit-ulit nagsasabi, we're sorry for the delay, ganun. So, all of this, the delays that your clients are currently experiencing can be attributed to this IT project dash component A that we are talking about?
Your Honor, this what we call slowdowns can partly be attributed to this IT project, Your Honor. There would be, may I further explain, Your Honor? Kasi, Your Honor, when this was tested, ang capacity lang noon is about 60 to 70,000 transactions per day. As of this time, between 10 in the morning up to about 2 in the afternoon, nagbabalon na po kami ng 100,000 to 120,000 transactions. So, in layman's term, nabubulunan yung computer, which means when that happens, the computer tends to slow down. So what we did 15 days ago is to address this issue. Pinalawak po namin yung server nila. We requested them to improve the services, improve their servers. So as of this time, Your Honor, nakaka-deliver naman po sila on time.
Okay, so you made changes 15 days ago. So dapat expectation ko or kami mga linalapitan ng mga kababayan natin para magreklamo ay dapat kumonti na itong mga ganitong klaseng reklamo, sir?
I would assure you, sir, that as of for the last 5 days that I have been monitoring, hindi naman ho nag-slow down yung system. I believe that they have effectively addressed the issue.
Thank you very much for that, sir. For the 2023 budget, Mr. Secretary, one of the unprogrammed appropriations is the payment of arrears of LTO IT service with an amount of 2 billion pesos. This item was also present in the 2021 GAA, we observed, no? But the same cannot be found in the unprogrammed appropriations of the 2022, itong taon na ito. Present po ba ito? Itong payment of arrears of LTO IT service for this year, 2022? And if yes, where can it be found in the law? Kasi nahirapan po kami hanapin sa GAA.
Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, the amount of 2 billion pesos is appropriated for LTO IT arrears under the unprogrammed appropriations. Madam Chair, Mr. Senator.
Correct. Pero tama kayo, no? You're the agency which knows about this, di ba?
We confirm that, Mr. Senator.
Okay nga, it's for 2023, meron 2B and program, meaning to
Correct,
say
sir.
there are some conditions to be met, then we will pay this. Noong 2021, present yan, napansin namin. Pero for 2022, nothing?
Meron din po, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator.
Saan po mahanap, sir? Nahirapan kami hanapin eh.
It's also under the unprogrammed appropriations for 2022, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair.
Can you take a look? Bakit tayo na yan? Okay, so sino po ito? Sino itong, anong details itong arrears natin? Is this just one recipient or many recipients? And how many years are we paying? What amount? What is the total expectation? At what year are we going to end paying these arrears?
Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, we are paying these arrears to one recipient, and the actual arrears amounting to 9.454 billion pesos is brought about by the phase-out agreement entered into between by and among DOTR, LTO, and Stratcom in 2016. Hence, our total arrears of 9.454 represents the IT fees collected from 2013 to December 11, 2016. Out of the 9.454 billion pesos of total arrears, we have already made 4.308 billion in payments in 2019 and 2021. That includes the full 2 billion under 2021 unprogrammed. And if we will be granted with another 2 billion this year 2022 and another 2 billion in 2023, this will leave our balance to 1.145 billion pesos to fully cover for the arrears to this IT service provider, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator.
Bakit po naging 1? Sabi mo 3, we have paid 3B and then plus 2B this year and 2B next year, 7B po yun, di ba?
Mr. Senator, Madam Chair, so our total payments made is 4.3 billion pesos.
4.3.
Yes, sir. And 2 billion under 2022, which if will be granted by DBM, and another 2 billion under the 2023, so that will bring it to 8.3 billion pesos. So the remaining balance will be 1.145 if, again, the 2 billion pesos requested from DBM will be accommodated and will be able to be released this fiscal year, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair.
What are we paying for po dito to the tune of 9.4 billion pesos?
This is for the IT fees collected from 2013 up to the period of the effectivity of the phase-out agreement, which is December 2016, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair.
Because what happened to the collections remitted to the National Treasury, hindi pala binayad sa service provider?
Mr. Senator, we confirm that that's what happened. These are IT fees supposedly remitted to the service provider but was remitted to the National Treasury.
So for all this time period, the service provider absorbed all of the costs and expenses related to the provision of the service. Ganun po ba yun?
Up until December 11, 2016, that is accurate, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair. Because after that, we are being able to release to them the actual IT fees that reflect the LTO.
Okay, nagkaroon ng change na system. Okay. So mga ilang taon ito? So 2013, January po yan nag-start, no? 2013. We count the entire year. Was 1 year.
Yes, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair. Full year 2013, 14, 15, and until December 11 of 2016.
So a full year na so around 4 years. So yes. Kung tignan ba natin talaga bang mga more than 2 billion a year ba talaga dapat ang fees na nakukuha nila?
If we are to look at the actual fees collected, it's more than 2 billion per year. In fact, in 2016, it reached 2.668. So if we'll be able to pay more than 2 billion, we'll be able to settle all our dues, our arrears to the service provider as soon as possible time, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair. Because the agreement with the supplier commits 100% of the fees to the supplier. Ganun po ba yun? Yes, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair.
Okay. Ito ba yung nagka-issue on who owns the data or the database generated by the programs? Ito po ba yun? Nagka-problema ba tayo dito sa legal question on who is the owner of the data or database?
Yes, I believe, yes, Your Honor.
Wala bang old-timer sa department who can answer the question? Categorically, yung who is answering the question, sir? May I have your name? Tapos are you...
I'm Chafelo Gualdis, Your Honor. I'm the Assistant Secretary for LTO.
Sige, so as matter of fact yung sagot mo, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. There used to be a conflict before with the IT provider on who owns the data. And I believe that has been resolved, Your Honor.
Resolved na. Okay, yung new provider ninyo ng IT system, akala ko nagrereklamo siya sa ngayon sa access to all data.
Well, I believe, Your Honor, they already have the current the data that they are requesting. As in fact, once the previous IT provider has been supplying them with the data needed, Your Honor.
Okay, so meaning to say, yung effort noon to register and to computerize the data and information from your users have not been put to waste kasi nandyan pa siya, it's there in the database and it can be accessed by your new systems.
Yes, of course, Your Honor. In fact, Your Honor, ginagamit na yan for renewal. Meaning to say, if you renew, there is already the current data in the LTO data system. So, the current datas are, the datas are now current, Your Honor.
Kaya nga, for those who are just renewing, dapat may maramdaman silang konting convenience, no? Kasi existing na dapat yung old data nila eh. Yung old registration nila, tama? Digitalized na yun and accessible na.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige po. Can I, yes, go ahead, Senator JB.
With your indulgence kasi maganda yung punto mo, no? Tanong ko lang kay ASEC, kay Godis, no, sa Director, what was the rationale bakit pinalitan pa yung dating provider? And ngayon, from what my information send ko, Madam Chair, yung dating 2 oras, makukuha mo na yung lisensya, ngayon daw 5 to 6 days na yung nagpalit ng provider. Bakit nagkaganon? Kung mas maayos doon, ano yung rationale, bakit pinalitan pa, nagkaroon pa ng mga problema? Can you answer that, ASEC?
That was under the previous administration, Your Honor. But my take on this, Your Honor, is that in the previous IT provider, the public pays a certain amount for the transaction. May IT fee na binabayaran. In the current setup, Your Honor, the public does not pay any IT fee. Libre ho yung IT fee, you just pay na for the materials for the driver's license. Though I admit, Your Honor, indirectly we're also paying because we paid 3 billion to them and that is the taxes of the people.
I'm sure si Senator Goku would agree with, parang too good to be true naman, wala sila makukuhang processing fee man lang. Ano sila, makabayan masyado na they will not charge itong mga applicants ng license?
Your Honor, may I answer that?
Yes, please, go ahead.
In the previous setup, hindi po kasi atin yung IT. It's owned by the IT company. In the current setup, binili po natin yung IT from Dermalog, a foreign company. So, by 2024, tayo na po ang mag-ooperate ng ating sariling IT system. That's the reason po na wala ho tayong binabayaran ngayon dahil binili po natin mismo yung system.
Yung IT yung program. So LTO will now own and now operate the IT system, the software.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you po. Thank you, Senator Coco.
Pero in effect, parang may retainer fee pa rin yung joint venture because you pay them maintenance fees, di ba? For them to ensure that the system works every day and every month. Ganun po ba yun?
Your Honor, that would only be a 5-year contract which will end on 2024.
Okay. For the 5 years, meron silang parang retainer or professional fee to check the system, visit your office, make sure that system works. Okay, I'll move on to another topic, Madam Chair. For 2023, meron tayong unprogrammed appropriations for support to foreign assisted projects amounting to, I'll round this off, 380 billion pesos. And then support for infrastructure projects and social programs amounting to, I'll just round this off again, 149 billion pesos. Are these funds for the DOTR, Mr. Secretary?
Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, if I may, this is Yusek Kim De Leon of Finance.
Yes, sir.
We confirm that out of the allocation for support to foreign assisted projects, out of 380 billion, 378 of which is for DOTR's foreign assisted projects. However, for the other item, that is support to infrastructure projects amounting to 149.6 billion, we are not receiving anything from that allocation, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Kasi para sa akin kasi these unprogrammed appropriations are in the form of lump sum or lacking in details. So can I ask you, Yusek De Leon, for the details of the 378B?
Yes, Mr. Senator, while we will also submit, but I will run down the details of the 378 billion pesos under the support to foreign assisted projects in the unprogrammed appropriations, the bulk of which 224.8 billion is for the loan counterpart of the North-South Commuter Railway System, followed by 78.758 billion for the Metro Manila Subway Project, another 34.373 billion for the PNR South Long Haul Project, 3.060 billion for MRT3 Rehabilitation, 5.778 billion for LRT Line 1, and 25.335 billion for Mindanao Railway Project. Another 2 billion for Maritime Safety Enhancement Project, 1.179 for EDSA Greenways, 2.778 for Cebu BRT, and finally 175 million for Infrastructure Preparation and Innovation Facility. We will also submit this list to the Honorable Senator and the committee.
Okay, so I've noticed na more these are mostly Metro Manila centered or Metro Manila originating projects. Meron lang ako narinig na Mindanao Railway 425B and the Cebu BRT project at 2 billion. These are in addition to, no? These are in addition to program funds under the DOTR budget. Tama po ba 'yon?
Yes, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair. The ones under the agency-specific budget is for the GOP counterpart to include portions of the contract guaranteed to be paid by the Republic, payment for taxes that may be incurred as part of the package, right-of-way acquisition, engineering overhead, and payment to PSDBM service fees, Mr. Chair, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair.
So, thank you for that kasi ang purpose talaga ng tanong ko is to get details. Pero doon sa sagot nyo, sir, meron kayong 100 plus million which is parang also a lump sum. So maybe details na lang po doon. The last item that you mentioned?
Yes, sir. We will submit the GOP counterpart. The breakdown of the GOP counterpart, we will likewise submit, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair.
So thank you for that, no, for transparency's sake. Okay, lipat na ako. I'll move on to another topic, Madam Chair. Yung PUV,
go ahead,
yes,
Minority
yes, sir.
Leader.
Yung PUV modernization program natin, supposed to be ang objective nito to facilitate the shift in the country's PUV supply to more fuel efficient and climate friendly public transportation system. The budgetary allocation was substantially raised to 1.8 billion this year. It came from 591.8 million in 2021. For 2023, tama po ba yung aming understanding? Zero. No more, no appropriation for this PUV modernization program.
Madam Chair, Mark Stephen Pastor po, Undersecretary for Road Transport. That is correct, Madam Chair.
So meaning to say, this will now cease to be a program of the department?
Not necessarily, Madam Chair. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin po, we will continue to implement the program. We will proceed with the existing funding, particularly the equity subsidy po. Dito po kinukuha yung subsidiya para po doon sa gustong mag-avail ng loan po through the government financial institutions. And at the same time, meron din po tayong memorandum of agreement with Philippine Guarantee Corporation so that the private banks can also participate already with the equity subsidy program po of the department. In addition, if I may just clarify, Madam Chair, there are 10 components of the PUVMP program. We want to highlight also the other components, which is the consolidation, so that yung mga specific routes po natin will be consolidated and that on-street competition will be avoided. It is just unfortunate, Madam Chair, that by next year, we do not have funding. We requested 778 million, 500 million of which is supposed to be dedicated for social support component para po matulungan pa ho natin yung ating mga operators and drivers, but it was not included in the National Expenditure Program of the department.
So thank you for that information. You requested pala 700 million?
778, Madam Chair.
77. So tapos you were not given any. Why? Is there a problem with the program concept? How long is this program supposed to last? And then what is the total estimated cost of the program for it to achieve its objectives, Mr. Secretary?
If I may, the program was supposed to be for a period of 6 years within the past administration, but due to delays caused by the several factors, mostly with regard to the pandemic, we are recalibrating the timelines po. We intend to extend it to another 5 to 7 years so that the targets will be met. We expect that there are more or less 128,000 units that needs to be consolidated. And with the extension of the consolidation, we are looking for a 50 billion funding for the next 5 to 7 years, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair.
Are we experiencing resistance from the ground or from the intended beneficiaries of this program?
Initially, Madam Chair, admittedly po, we receive a lot of resistance and opposition, especially from our existing drivers and operators. But when they understood that the modernization does not only solely focus on the upgrade of the public utility vehicle, but also the change already in terms of the how we operate the public transport sector, the road-based public transport. We have received strong support from existing operators and to those who want to invest and join the program, Madam Chair.
Basically, sir, ano ba ito? Ano bang concept ito? Di ba loan ito? There's nothing free here, no? Walang anong tawag mo rito? Walang grant ito. Loan to avail of the PUV modernization program. The concept, the main mechanism is a loan.
Madam Chair, the modernization of the fleet is one of 10 components, Madam Chair. If I can enumerate, the other components of the modernization is fleet modernization, which is the upgrade to a modern unit. We also have industry consolidation, stakeholder support, vehicle useful life financing, and social support components po of the program. So it's not focused really solely po on the loans. It's just a matter of extending by the government of an equity subsidy for them to modernize their units, Madam Chair.
To our minority leader, just a gentle reminder. I think in past hearings, there's usually a 10-minute rule. I think we started our hearing at around 1:30. It's now 5:10. So maybe if may I ask if there are many more questions lined up, so I can also tell the others who are waiting, Senator Gatchalian.
I will yield to the others, Madam Chair, because I have actually used up also the time of my fellow minority Senator Risa Ontiveros. So 20 minutes na yata ako. Sorry for that. Hindi naman nagpakita kasi si Senator Sherwin na nandyan din pala siya sa office niya eh. Nandito pa kami sa building, Madam Chair.
Okay, while we're waiting for Senator Win, because I have a checklist. Also, I have to ask about the other attached agencies of the DOTR. For example, for the Manila International Airport, you asked for 43 million for 2023. Now, I know 43 million is not just a small amount, but considering for the NAIA, it doesn't seem like quite a lot. And I think that we really have to improve the facilities there. Even the restrooms have to be updated. Also, I know that it's also part of the immigration's concern, but the lines are pretty long, and I think that I don't know what we can do about this, but perhaps the secretary, being also once an executive of an airline company, can facilitate a more efficient way of processing our passengers. That's just one, and maybe if you can submit a position paper so we don't have to take long with the responses. Another thing is with light rail. When it comes to the marina, there is this. Sorry, now I lost my notes here. But with the marina, there is a compliance that we need to have for our Okay, let's go back to the Philippine. Okay, for our airports, for example, how many more need the night? Here for the marina. Let's go back to the marina. You're responsible for implementing the standards of training, certification, and watchkeeping for Seafarers Convention. According to the DFA, the European Union has been asking Marina to comply since 2006. If the Philippines is given a negative assessment by the EU, seafarers may not be able to work in EU-flagged ships. So bakit hanggang ngayon hindi pa tayo nakaka-comply dyan? Marina, I remember this has been an issue ever since.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and to the honorable members of the Senate. This is
Yes.
Sonia Malaluan, the Deputy Administrator for Planning ng Marina. If I may lang po give a very short background. Yes, we've been inspected and audited by the European Commission through the European Maritime Safety Agency, or EMSA, since 2006. And during that time, until 2012, the implementation of the International Convention on the Standards for Seafarers Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping were being implemented by the Philippine Regulation Commission, CHED, the Maritime Training Council, and the TESDA.
Okay, sagutin mo na lang ako, bakit hindi pa tayo compliant hanggang ngayon?
So in 2013 po, Madam Chair, the functions were transferred to Marina. And in 2014, we were almost compliant. But unfortunately, hindi na sustain. So we are still, we were audited last 2020. But we have submitted our corrective action last March this year. So we have submitted.
Ano ba yung kulang ninyo? Ano ba yung kulang? Kulang ba yung, I don't know, instructional materials were not updated? Give us an idea because we don't know what requirements you need to submit.
If I may, Madam Chair, for the 2020 inspection reports, there are 6 key areas that were included in the inspection.
What are those?
This includes the program and course approval. So this is the Bachelor of Science in Marine Transportation and in Marine Engineering. Monitoring and evaluation of the maritime education and training systems. Examination and assessment of our seafarers. Facilities and equipment of our maritime higher education institutions as well as maritime training institutions. The onboard training for our seafarers, and the certification process. So
Okay,
there are
so
six.
what are you not compliant with in that 7 requirements?
Well, I cannot enumerate all, but we have 23 shortcomings covering this particular 6 key areas of inspection.
Okay,
So-
you know what? I think it's unreasonable already to be waiting this long to be compliant. Who is the main person responsible to monitor this and to follow up?
Well, under the existing law, it is now the Maritime Industry Authority as the single maritime administration for the implementation of this particular
Okay,
convention,
sino nga
Madam
to?
Chair. So, of course, this is the administrator, and we have a specific office, which is the STCW office in Marina, who are addressing all
Give me a
the
name.
export teams. As of now, our administrator is Attorney Fabia, who assumed his office last July, end of July. We have
Okay,
our
when can we expect for you to be compliant?
Well, Madam Chair, if I may, we have submitted our corrective actions to the European Commission last March, and those corrective actions they are ongoing now, evaluating our submissions. So,
Okay, that's good to know that you
submitted na
submitted.
po.
Maybe magpatulong kayo dun sa mga maritime schools. One of the biggest is the Magsaysay Maritime School, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
If I may, Madam Chair, actually all of them are also part of this audit because this includes all maritime schools. We have to, if I may mention that the convention prescribes or provides the standards for the maritime education and training. So this covers all maritime schools, all training centers, and of course the government agencies who are issuing the certificates after all these education and training requirements. So they
Okay,
are part
so-
po of our STCW Advisory Council.
Since you already submitted it last March, can you please update us when you hear about the decision on the on the proposal that you submitted? Okay. What's his name again? Attorney what?
Hernani Fabia, Madam Chair.
Is he present here today?
Unfortunately, wala po.
Okay,
I'm
tell him to
representing
write the
the
committee a
ministry.
letter and detail what we might expect and what probably the deficiencies were. Okay, thank you. Next, for
Thank you, Madam Chair.
the airports, Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines, CAAP, equipping local airports with night rating capabilities or the ability to accommodate flights after sunset would greatly help in decongesting flights in AIA. I want to know how many airports still do not have this capability.
Good afternoon, Senator Po. This is USEC Roberto Lim for Aviation.
Oh, okay, Mr. Lim, I'm glad to know you're back.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Your Honor, right now there are 23 night-rated airports. You have 8 in Luzon, 8 in Visayas, and 6 in Mindanao. There are 6 more airports that are scheduled for possible night rating depending on the availability of demand, of funds and traffic demand. These are Kawayan, Dipolog, Pagadian, Osamis, Calbayog, and Catbalogan.
When do we expect them to be delivered for those that you mentioned?
Madam Chairman, there are just ongoing studies now on the traffic demand, but insofar as availability of funds, that is being programmed for the moment, Your Honor, and we will have a better picture of the funding availability for the latter part of this year.
Okay, how much normally is needed? You know, Kawayan, I remember since a long time ago, we've already been talking about making it compliant for night flights. So, how much is it? to upgrade an airport so that it's with night rating capabilities?
Your Honor, on the average, the budget to do a night rating for airports is around 100 million pesos.
100 million. Can you repeat once more? Can you repeat those places? How many is night rating capable? How many airports?
Right now, there are 23 airports that are night rated.
Okay, 23 airports. How many total airports do we have in the country, sir?
We have a total of 90.
90.
Yes, 90. 77 of these airports belong to CAAP, and 9 belong to the different authorities like Clark, Mactan, Davao International Airport Authority, NAIA, Subic, San Fernando.
So those are private.
No, they belong to airport authorities, Madam Chairman. And then, so there are 77 that belongs to CAAP, 9 that belongs to separate airport authorities, 1 under a concession agreement. That adds up to a total of 90, Madam Chairperson.
Okay, so we're expecting how many more to be added from the 23?
6. We've identified
6 more.
6.
And when will they be completed?
Based on the advice of CAAP, between 2 to 3 years, Madam Chairperson.
Okay. Lastly, then I will open the floor for Senator Win Gatchalian. Oh, since we're at the subject of airport, may we have an update on the Bukidnon Airport? It was given 1 billion pesos this year. In 2022, when we were told that this amount has been downloaded to DOTR last week, but it needs a memorandum of agreement so that CAAP can start the bidding and construction. Can we draft this MOA already so that the fund does not revert to the Treasury? Do we have your commitment to release this MOA before we tackle your budget in plenary? Mr. Secretary.
Madam Chairperson, we already have the MOA between DOTR and CAAP, and it has been given to CAAP already for signing. So the documentation needed to roll out this project would be forthcoming once this is signed. There will be the next steps, of course, will be the procurement process already.
Okay, that's good to hear. That will be one of the submissions that we would want from you before we recommend your budget to plenary. Okay,
Yes,
I will
Madam
yield the floor now if Senator Gatchalian is ready. Okay, Senator.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I heard was listening to the conversation discussion earlier and was learning a lot. So I don't mind taking the last spot if Senator Pimentel still wants to propound questions, because I took notes from his questions earlier. So I don't mind taking the last spot.
Wala na po, ma'am. I yield to Senator Gatchalian.
Thank you. I'm Minority Leader.
How about our Vice Chair? Vice Chair, would you like to add?
Later after Senator Win, but I'll ask something.
Matagal yan.
If with the indulgence of Senator Win, siguro kasi before we move on, kasi tinatanong na ni
Vice Chair.
Ito ko sa airport, so before we move on, may tanong na po ako sa airport o sa CAAP, no? Kasi yung Mati Airport, Madam Chair, that's in Davao Oriental, we funded that a few years ago para maging operational because that area, maganda yan for tourism, and it's quite far, no? Davao Oriental, Davao de Oro, Davao del Sur. That's quite far from Davao City. So, yung Mati Airport, naglagay mo tayo ng initially 200 billion para maayos na to lengthen the runway. Tapos ang kulang na lang itong mga terminal. Any updates on Mati? Kasi sayang po yan. Kung matitenga na, we already, Madam Chair, naglagay na tayo ng pondo so that it will service that area, that region.
Through the Chair, Senator Hercito, for the 2023 budget of the DOTR, it proposed 240 million for the airport development of this airport, consisting of site development, improvement of runway, water tank, and other support infrastructure like fire station building, and of course the access route to the airport. Unfortunately, this proposal was not approved by the DBM and no funding was provided.
Well, that will be kasi sayang naman, we already started it, and it will greatly benefit that region. The province I mentioned are really very nice tourism areas, kaya lang masyado siyang malayo from Davao City, sa airport. So siguro tingnan na lang natin, Madam Chair, if we can insert or introduce amendments para matuloy na itong it will definitely benefit the region. Tapos yung uli na lang po yung Surigao Airport which was affected by the earthquake, for how many years nabiyak yung runway, pero alam ko ayos na, pero it's not operational yet. So yung eastern side also, northeastern side of Mindanao, they have to go to Butuan pa. So sayang na po yung Surigao del Sur, Surigao del Norte, which will also greatly benefit kung mabuksan ang Surigao Airport. Any updates po?
Good afternoon, Senator. I am from CAAP, the Deputy Director General. I am Captain Ed Diaz. Right now, sir, for the update in Surigao, it is operational actually, sir, at this time.
That's good. That's good to hear po. Kasi are the commercial flights already back? Na balik na po ba? Kasi ngayon, putro-butuan pa medyo malayo rin po.
For a while, Mr. Senator.
Siguro po, mamaya na lang po.
We will check with the airline, sir.
Balik na lang po kayo later kasi sayang po itong dalawang airports. I think this will greatly benefit the eastern side of Mindanao. So, Madam Chair, that's all. Thank you. I will yield na. Thank you, Senwin. Kuchadyan also.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair JV. Ma'am, is it my turn?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Actually, I was listening intently to everyone, and I'm learning a lot, and I took a lot of notes from the questions and also from the answers of DOTR. From the onset, Madam Chair, let me congratulate Secretary Jimmy Bautista for his appointments. I haven't talked to him or seen him in person to congratulate him in person. So let me congratulate his appointment to this very important agency. And likewise, let me also thank the DOTR family, headed that time by Yusek Kim De Leon. I requested for a briefing because when I was going through the budget of DOTR, it's top 8 in terms of the budget amounts. So it's not a small agency, it's a huge agency and getting bigger. So I wanted some clarification on some of the items. So I requested for a briefing and they graciously accommodated my request together with the other heads of agencies. So I want to thank the DOTR family for accommodating my request. And going on my topics, I saw that the DOTR budget received the biggest increase in 2023. Among all the government projects, it's number 1 in terms of increase in amounts at 91 billion. That's about 120% increase, much bigger than education that received only 68 billion pesos. So in effect, Madam Chair, the budget of DOTR doubled from 75 billion to 167 billion pesos. So, lumaki po siya. And having said that, I support infrastructure, even during the previous administration. I support the BDB. I support pushing our infrastructure spending to 5% of our GDP. And so when I say infrastructure, that's together with mobility, meaning transportation infrastructure. So I support the move to invest heavily in transportation, especially now that the BBB is called BBM, Build Better More. So meaning more budget for infrastructure and mobility. So having said that, Madam Chair, there's a great concern that is accompanied by that increase in budget. And I heard earlier Secretary Bautista mentioned underutilization or the utilization rate of budgets. And I know that the chairperson, Senator Grace, knows about this very, very well, that ang sakit po ng DOTR is really using money, utilizing the funds that the government appropriates for it. And I remember I chaired this committee one time in 2019. Yan na po yung pinag-uusapan namin ng former secretary, yung underutilization of budget. So that's my concern, Madam Chair, in the utilization. And my concern is in 2021, according to the COA report, the utilization rate is only 63% out of the obligation of 85 billion. So meaning 35 billion pesos were not disbursed by that agency. So, and prior to that, more or less it's the same. The prior years, it's more or less the same. So my fear, Madam Chair, is mababa utilization rate, pero tinaasan pa natin yung budget. We, in fact, doubled the budget. During the hearings, I realized it's easy to ask for budget. It's easy to loan. It's easy to the request for appropriation. But typically, big agencies like this, ang sakit po nila, ang problema is executing the amounts. And now that we haven't really resolved the utilization problem of this department, we're now doubling the amount, from 75 billion to 167 billion. So I want to hear directly from the Secretary, Madam Chair. And this is a good timing, because we have a new leader in the Department of Transportation. And with the new leader, of course, new strategies, new experiences. I am very optimistic with the experience of Secretary Bautista, being a corporate man and also a certified public accountant. We'll have concrete strategies to improve utilization rate of the OTR. Again, we're doubling the budget. Kung 75 billion nga, hindi mo magastos, 120 billion pa, paano mong gagastusin? So that's my biggest fear, because baka pagdating mo ng 2023, we'll be blamed for allocating huge amount of money to a department that cannot utilize the amounts. So I want to hear straight from the Secretary, what is his strategy in terms of improving utilization rate? How fast will he implement this strategy? And will we get an assurance that by 2023, by end of the year, this problem, the perennial problem of utilization rates will not happen anymore? So that's my first question, Madam Chair.
Well, yes, Mr. Secretary, before I recognize you, I feel a little bit more optimistic this time. Even the tone of the DOTR is much better. I have confidence in the leadership of the DOTR right now. But of course, there's still some that are from the previous administration. Hopefully, they can help with their institutional memory and also so that they can avoid certain mistakes that were done in many administrations, not just the immediate past. So go ahead, Secretary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Senator. As I mentioned earlier, we have the strategy to improve the budget utilization rate. No? First is to improve operational efficiency. Second, strict monitoring of project implementation. And the third is the aggressive right-of-way and site acquisition. No? For the first strategy, we have conducted a comprehensive review of available appropriations and allotment to ensure timely release of allotments and project implementation. No? Over the last 3 months, out of the 9.984 billion in unreleased appropriations for the year 2022 GAA as of end July 2022, the new management has already facilitated requesting for the release of 5.35 billion pesos, of which 3.870 billion has been released by DBM to DOTR, which are now in the implementation stage. No? For the strict monitoring of project implementation, we are now doing an inventory of all our live memorandum of agreements and contracts to ensure strict observance of approved project timelines, particularly given the opening up of the economy that was previously disrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic. On the third strategy, aggressive right-of-way and site acquisition, we are working closely with the Office of the Solicitor General to hasten the process to acquire the necessary right-of-way to facilitate full mobilization of construction activities. No? Reforms on linkaging of planning, procurement, and implementation are currently being undertaken. No? So we will reconstitute a Bids and Awards Committee to focus on the implementation of our transport infrastructure projects and ongoing review of the structure, institutional strengthening efforts to ensure that the structure is complemented by both capacity and capability of our personnel to implement our projects. No? Also, we are preparing or updating all the master plans that will serve as the basis for all our actions. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator.
Thank you, Secretary, for those strategies that you mentioned. Secretary, may I also get the timetable for each? For example, po, in the right-of-way, no? This is perennial problem. In fact, alam po to ni Senator Grace that the Senate always cuts the right-of-way because hindi naman nagagastos. No? We always, even again, 2019, I remember we had to cut it by a large amount because hindi naman mo nagagastos. And one of the bottlenecks here is the coordination with other departments. Like for example, the OSG, the LRA, even the transferring of titles. This takes coordination and commitment. So I want to go deeper into the right-of-way problem because this is always the problem. What innovations or what steps have you taken to coordinate with the other agency insofar as the ROW acquisition? Because a lot of it also is beyond the control of the DOTR. But then again, it hampers projects, no? Because you cannot build railways, you cannot build roads without right-of-way. So what innovations or what new introductions have you are you going to implement to improve coordination between these agencies?
Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, we have already met with the Office of the Solicitor General. Personally, I talked to Attorney Maynard Guevara that he will assign more lawyers on the existing cases that they are handling, because one of their problems is they lack lawyers. No? And he promised that he will assign more lawyers so that all these cases can be resolved as soon as possible. No? Another program that we will implement is that we will advance or give rental subsidy to those who will be affected, so that they can leave their premises, their properties, so that our contractors can start working on these areas. Construction activities can start on these affected areas. So these are some of the actions that we have implemented, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator.
Thank you, Secretary, because I saw also in the budget that the right-of-way amount is the biggest, has received the biggest increase, about 666%, from 1.6 billion to 12 billion for next year. But then again, if we don't untangle the bottlenecks in the right-of-way, itong 12 billion, no, Secretary, hindi mo magagamit ulit eh. No? And just to be fair to the other departments who are requesting amounts, sayang naman if we don't use this money. So that's why I'm very concerned with the right-of-way, because that's the perennial issue. And one issue also is the LRA, you know, the transfer of properties. Have you coordinated with them? Because I also, of course, if the properties will not be transferred, we cannot take possession of the properties. So, have you addressed that issue?
Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, since the projects are foreign assisted, no? We disburse even the titles are not yet with us. No?
Can the government already take possession of the property even there is no title yet?
Yes, Your Honor, we confirm that.
There's also an issue on the transfer, no? Because I saw in the COA report that there are about 91% or 168 out of the 138 parcels of land that were bought by government, but it has not yet been transferred to government, and amounts of almost 9 billion pesos, no, were already spent to buy, 9 trillion pesos already spent for these properties with Secretary. So, is there any move on transferring these properties? Are there any updates on when these properties will be transferred? Because obviously the government already spent 9 trillion pesos, but it's not yet under the name of government. No? And nakita na natin to in the past, if we don't follow up the transfers, it will remain in the name of the landowners, there's also a possibility that they will resell those properties and will have more problems in the future. So may I get an update on this transfer of properties?
With the permission of the chair, if I may answer that po.
Go ahead po.
Thank you po. Madam Chair, the 9.5 billion referred to in the COA audit report for fiscal year 21.
Sorry, billion pala. There's a typo here. Billion, sorry.
9.598 billion po for 183 parcels. Almost all of this po refer to properties that were acquired for our foreign assisted projects, particularly po for projects financed by the Asian Development Bank and the Japan International Cooperation Agency. As noted po by the Secretary, for these projects po financed by ADB and JICA, the DOTR is required po to observe the ADB and JICA social safeguards, under which po we are required to pay the property owners 100% or full compensation prior to displacement or prior to the DOTR acquiring possession. So in the case po of these properties, the DOTR has already acquired possession. In fact po, our contractors are already mobilized. The property owners have already been fully paid in compliance with our loan covenants. And the transfer of title po is already ongoing together po with the LRA. Part of the documentation po for all of these acquisitions is the transfer of the original titles to DOTR. So these are already in our possession po. And for most of these properties po, it's the subdivision process that is taking time, because particularly po for railway projects, we usually do not acquire the entire property. We only acquire po a strip of a property, and this is why po we have usually taken time in the subdivision process, Madam Chair.
But what is the timetable? You said we're talking about 168 parcels amounting to close to about 9 billion pesos. So what's the timetable to transfer that in the name of the Republic?
Madam Chair, in our processing experience po, it would take anywhere from 6 to 18 months from the time po that we have completed the sale. If the acquisition does not require subdivision po, we can complete the process in 6 months. But if the process requires subdivision po, it would reach 18 months. Madam Chair, this is an ongoing process po for DOTR. The 183 parcels referred to po in the COA CAR report is a snapshot of the total number of properties that continue to be acquired by the DOTR on an ongoing basis. And we will update this po as we move along, Madam Chair.
Can you submit to us the timetable for the transfer of those projects?
We will do that po, Madam Chair. We will comply.
Transfer of those parcels of land?
We will po, Madam Chair, we will submit po on a per parcel basis at which stage of the transfer process they are in now po, Madam Chair.
And may I also request the good secretary to also submit to the committee. I know there's in the PowerPoint presentation of the OTR a strategy to improve budget utilization rate, and he also articulated earlier some of the concepts. But may I also request a greater detail on this strategy and also timetable? Like for example, improve operational efficiency. How do you improve operational efficiency of the department? Are you going to add more people? Are you going to create more departments? Are you going to create multiple BACs? Are you, ito po yung mga details na we want to know, no? Because again, we're allocating double the amount of your previous appropriation. So we just want, personally, I just want to see what is the strategy moving forward. And I know that there's a strategy, but we need to see a concrete, line by line timetable on how this will be improved.
Madam Chair, Senator, we will submit.
Thank you, Secretary. My next question is, there's an item also on, this is concerning obligation and disbursement rates also, on an item called various programs. For year 2021, 20 billion was allocated for this various programs, but only 11 billion was actually disbursed. So 19 billion was not used. So may I know what are these various programs in the year 2021?
Mr. Senator, Madam Chair, with the indulgence of the good senator, may we be enlightened with the reference document for the various
This is the
programs?
COA report as well.
Yes.
Mr. Senator, would like to confirm if this is in the amount of 20.42? 20.242. Yes, Mr. Senator, we confirm that this is included in the COA report, and this includes items such as feasibility studies, detailed engineering design, as well as the operation and maintenance of MRT3 in the Philippine Railway Institute, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair.
Actually, that's my point, because a lot of this, for example, the feasibility studies, the detailed engineering, these are all operational, these are all within the powers of the OTR, and it's an operational issue, meaning the pace in which these items can be procured or can be mobilized is within the power of the OTR. And of course, this is management. This is precisely a management activity. So, and the reason why I asked that, it relates to the operational efficiency. So my point of the matter there is 19 billion ang hindi natin dispersed for items that we need to plan and to execute the project. So in other words, if you don't do feasibility studies, if you don't do detailed engineering, obviously wala tayong project. We don't have a project. We don't even have, we cannot even buy right of ways. So that's my point. Secretary, you said.
Yes, Mr. Senator, we're with you on that particular aspect, that planning is really important to make sure that what we have in our budget is readily implementable and we'll be able to disperse it, because disbursement equates to actual delivery of goods and services. And it is also precisely the reason why we are strengthening our the linkage of the finance group with the planning and the project development group, to make sure that for all our future projects, under the guidance of the Secretary, we only place and propose what's implementation ready and what can be readily disbursed and implemented within the fiscal year, so as not to waste any appropriation allotment given to the DOTR.
Thank you, Yusek Kim. The point here is, even at the planning stage, there's also underutilization already, meaning nagpaplano pa lang tayo, we cannot get it off the ground. And this is evidenced by the underutilized funds. So may I, again, I'll go back, how do we improve this? Because if we don't do feasibility studies, wala tayong, we don't have any project. So how do we improve the utilization of these various programs?
Madam Chair, two things po. Number one po, Madam Chair, we have been reviewing all of our existing master plans in order to identify po which of the earlier recommended and identified projects we have not yet pursued. Because based on these existing master plans po, there would still be projects that would require feasibility studies, and we can use this master plans po for purposes of prioritizing and ensuring that the feasibility study budget made available to the department is utilized. So that's one. And number two po, Madam Chair, we are also pursuing an update of our master plans because some of them po are quite dated already and need to reflect the current environment. And again po, from this master plan identification of projects, we will be able to pursue project-specific feasibility studies, which will then become the basis of our budget programming and eventual execution. Thank you po, Madam Chair.
You said itong mga, since the feasibility studies have not been undertaken, did we appropriate funds for those projects? But the feasibility study should come first before the project. But did we allocate funds for the project in the absence of a feasibility study? For 2023?
Madam Chair, for 2023 po, most of our, almost all actually of our budget requests pertain po to multi-year projects that have NEDA investment approval. So the feasibility studies for almost all of these projects po have already been completed years back. And the funding request in 2023 would be pursuant to those earlier feasibility studies and investment approvals po, Madam Chair.
Okay, so all of the projects, no, I won't go through all the projects one by one, but the projects for 2023, all of them have feasibility studies already. Tama ba?
That's correct po, Madam Chair, because these projects are multi-year projects po with earlier feasibility studies and NEDA board approvals po.
So itong COA report, calendar year 2021, in which some feasibility studies and detailed engineering were not complied. Just name me a few projects there that the feasibilities were undertaken this year. Kasi this year na yan eh. Do you have any?
Mr. Senator, for clarification on the line item for feasibility studies, under the GAA, there is no specific project for which it is to be utilized. So this means that the department, as part of its identification of its priority programs, as mentioned by Yusik TJ, taking off from the master plan, can tap this provision under the GAA for feasibility studies for any of the projects it identified. Now, since it remained unutilized from 2021, and given the directive of the President during his first State of the Nation address, the Secretary has already directed us to earmark all these unutilized amounts for the priorities identified by the President, for instance, for the Panay Railways project, so that we can already conduct the necessary feasibility studies for this important transport infrastructure projects, Mr. Senator.
So in other words, itong 20 billion various programs, which includes feasibility studies, hindi pa rin siya nagagastos for 2022 because we haven't identified the projects yet.
The continuing amount for feasibility studies, Mr. Senator, is not the whole 20 billion. In fact, it's just 50 million from 2021 for feasibility studies, Mr.
What are
Senator.
the other components of the 20 billion?
it says in the COA report, Mr. Senator, operations of MRT and operations of Philippine Railways Institute. So for MRT, it includes our monthly payments made pursuant to the BLT agreement for the MRT3 operations, Mr. Senator. At around 7 billion depending on the exchange rate per month, Mr. Senator.
Yeah, just give us an update na lang on that 20 billion because my point there is the feasibility study. No? But we don't have the breakdown right now. Just a bit to us na lang yung breakdown ng 20 billion and that's a status of its utilization. But the point of the matter that I'm making is even the feasibility studies are underutilized and therefore projects cannot get off the ground. But I do admit that the department should be given some flexibility in terms of what projects to study, what projects to be allocated feasibility studies. I do agree with that, no? That flexibility is necessary. But then again, we don't want to also allocating too much of amount, kundi sayang naman. No, so just give us a breakdown of that 20 billion and its status.
We will submit, Mr. Senator.
Thank you, Yusek. Another, Yusek, under obligation is we also saw in the COA report the calamity fund, 170 million calamity fund in which zero obligation. So I know, I mean, alam naman natin to, our country is second most vulnerable country in the world. And I know for a fact that calamity funds normally at the end of the year gets exhausted. So how come this is not used?
Mr. Senator, Madam Chair, the amount that is under consideration is 170 million, which is covered by a special allotment release order dated December 31, 2021. Released by the DBM to the DOTR for the implementation of a multi-level car park and multimodal transport terminal hub in Marawi City per approval of the Office of the President dated December 13, 2021. It was noted in the COA report that it's not yet utilized during the audit as DOTR has received that allotment as mentioned, only after December 31, 2022, and as of the moment, is still in the process of procurement because there still remains a need to determine the necessity and the appropriate location, the ownership of land within which the approved multi-level car park and multimodal transport terminal hub will be situated or constructed, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair.
You think the calamity fund will be used to build a parking lot? Isn't it supposed to respond to a calamity? For example, nasira yung terminal or nasira yung airport.
Mr. Senator, Madam Chair, that is the purpose that was provided under the SARO, and I understand that this is charged against the Marawi Rehabilitation and Recovery Program subcomponent of the NDRRM fund. Mr. Senator, Madam Chair.
So is this a new structure or an existing structure?
Yes, this is a new structure, Mr. Senator.
And the calamity fund can be used to build a new structure?
Mr. Chair, we submit to the determination of the Task Force Bangon Marawi that recommended for the approval of this project, which merited the approval of the Office of the President in December 2021, which is the basis for the issuance of the SARO to the OTR.
Okay. And then, but right now it hasn't been constructed yet.
Not yet, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair, still undergoing procurement as we are still ascertaining the ownership of the land within which the parking will be erected.
But who will be the one constructing?
It's not yet awarded or procured, Mr. Senator. So DOTR is the procuring body for this, and we will be awarding this or procuring this as soon as we have finalized those details.
Do you have a timetable for this? You said, again, I have to In my recollection of the use of calamity funds, it's normally used for response, no disaster response, but I have to review my notes on that. But what's the timetable? Because it's already end of the year, so mapa-flag na naman to ng COA, lalabas na naman tong issue. So, what's the timetable and ano po ang ano?
Yes, Mr. Senator.
Plan to award this?
Yes, Mr. Senator, the Bids and Awards Committee of the department has been meeting relative to this project, and we're just awaiting for the confirmation relative to the site on the acquisition, on the ownership of the site where this structure will be erected. And we target to award this within the fourth quarter, of course, before the expiration of the validity of funds.
All right. Again, just submit to us a timetable to that effect so that we'll know exactly that the department has some form of action on this, because medyo matagal na yan at the end of the year ulit.
We will submit, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Yusuf Kim. There's also another item that I want to take up, and these are obligations made for 68 locally funded projects, and only 16% was transferred to the implementing agencies. So number one is, what are these 68 locally funded projects? And since only 16% were transferred, what's the status of those projects?
Mr. Senator, Madam Chair, referring to the COA report, these 68 locally funded projects are covered mostly by respective memoranda of agreement for transferring the allotment to our implementing partners. And the actual amount that's being quoted here, 1.9 or 16%, which were transferred to the IAs, represents the actual billings submitted by the respective implementing agencies and were paid by the department. So this means that the remaining 84 or 85% represents the pending work that is yet to be billed by the implementing agencies, and that is precisely the reason why the Secretary has directed all the operating sectors to review all existing memorandum of agreement or life contracts, to revisit implementation timelines, causes for delay, and make sure it's completed within a timely manner so that our group, the finance group, will be able to transfer the remaining amounts to settle any obligations arising from such contracts. Mr. Senator.
Thank you, Yusuf Kim. Can you cite a few of those locally funded projects?
I will have to confirm with the 68 locally funded, but usually these are airport development projects or seaport projects, which are usually transferred to implementing agencies and or partner local government units, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair.
So the counterparty to the MOA is normally local government units?
There are instances, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair, that our partner is local government, city or municipal or provincial government, for instance, in the implementation of airports. But there are also instances where our partners are other attached agencies like CAAP or Philippine ports, for that matter.
Okay. And then, but how come it's only 16% lang the transferred? So that means that the projects are only 16% complete?
We can double check with the details, but we can only pay based on what was billed. So we can assume that yes, only 16% of the deliverables were actually billed or submitted to DOTR for payment, Mr. Senator.
Again, this is we're talking about 9 billion that are again, no, it's not spent. So and that's what we're trying to solve here, the underutilization of funds. But obviously, if you go line by line, there are a lot of items that are underutilized. So how do you plan
Mr.
to...
Senator, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to report, because this is also partly due to the late reconciliation of a vital financial accountability report, which led to delayed release of cash from DBM. And we are happy to share with the members of the committee and the Senate that just last week, the DBM has already downloaded to DOTR an additional cash to pay for this allotments, prior year allotments with a total amount of more than 4 billion. And these are already disbursed over the week and up until Monday. So we can account additional 4 billion from the amount being cited by COA that's already paid by the department. So we have fixed that, and moving forward, we'll make sure that all our payments will be made on a timely manner, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair.
Yeah, but will that solve the disbursement? Kasi ang laki. We're talking about 18%, 80% that are stuck, no? This is what I'm driving at. We're increasing the budget, but there are 9 billion pesos hanging, Yusek Kim. So what do we tell the people?
We fully acknowledge and we agree that there appears to be gaps in the implementation of prior year projects. That's why the Secretary has given us directive already to review all existing arrangement and make sure that deliverables both by LGUs, implementing partners are actually observed based on the MOA so that we can translate it into actual disbursements and delivery of goods and services for the benefit of the Filipino people. But there's also a factor of some administrative compliance from our part, which we are now doing so that we can ensure that cash will always be available with the full support of the Department of Budget and Management, Mr. Senator.
All right. You said just bear in mind this issue, and when you submit to the Senate your strategy, this is again part of the improving operational efficiency, and I commend the new leadership for acknowledging operational efficiency, because this is one of the things that we need to really improve. Again, just submit to us the 68 locally funded projects, just for us to be guided.
Yes, Mr. Senator, we will submit.
There's also another item here, no, in the report that 37 out of 68 projects with allotments of 6.6 billion pesos. In fact, medyo luma na ito, years 2016, 18, and 19, with no fund transfer at all. What are these projects, you said? Since zero transfer at all, but there's a 6 billion hanging.
We will have to verify and we will include this in our submission, Mr. Senator. But one of the probable reasons for a 0.51 to 10% fund transfer is maybe due to a prior policy suspending any advance payment for mobilization, which led to non-release of or transfer of any funds, even for mobilization for that matter, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair.
Are these locally funded projects also, or national agencies? Ang daming ito, ah. So we're talking about... We're talking about 9 billion plus 6 billion. This is already 15 billion.
Yes, the 6 billion is part of the universe of, and mostly funded projects which are being implemented by either our attached agencies or local government units, Mr. Senator.
Okay. Again, just submit to us na lang, Yusek, kasi the same category to eh. In fact, meron pang isa dito eh. 21 locally funded projects by other agencies naman. Have disbursement rates of only 28%. So, can you include all na lang the locally funded projects you said? And the amounts? And also
Yes, Mr. Senator. We will submit.
Kasi ngayon pa lang, we already itemized 15 billion, identified 15 billion in terms of suspended disbursements. And that's what I'm driving at earlier. There's so many operational inefficiencies that you pointed out, and we need to get comfort on how DOTR will fix that. Kasi we're allocating more funds again, and then ganyan na naman, no? And I want to bring this out now rather than in plenary, because plenary we have to discuss many things. So I want to point this out now. So at least by plenary, you already have some form of strategy on how to fix this.
Yes, Mr. Senator, we will include in our submission, and we thank you for your inputs as you have aptly pointed out. Thank you.
I'll go to the foreign assisted projects, and there are 14 foreign assisted projects with an aggregate cost of 1.6 trillion. The implementation was prolonged, extended, and in other words, na-delay siya. No? What are these 14 foreign assisted projects? Are these the ones Senator Binay discussed earlier? I know we had an extensive discussion on foreign assisted projects, but what are these foreign assisted projects?
Yes po, Madam Chair. These foreign assisted projects consist of the following: the Maritime Safety Enhancement Project, that's one; the EDSA Greenways Project, that's two; the Cebu Bus Rapid Transit Project; the LRT Line 1 South Extension Project; the LRT Line 2 East Extension Project; the Maritime Safety Capability Improvement Project Phase 2, the Metro Manila Bus Rapid Transit Project, the Metro Manila Subway Project, MRT3 Rehabilitation Project, New Bohol Construction and Sustainable Environment Protection Project, the New Cebu International Container Port Project, the New Communications, Navigation and Surveillance Systems Project, the North-South Commuter Railway System Project, and the PNR Bicol Railway Project, Madam Chair.
Yusek, have we given our commitment fees to these projects?
Madam Chair, yes po, for some of these projects, there is a commitment fee involved. So that is an annual financing charge po that we pay to our lenders. But for some of these projects po, they do not entail the payment of commitment fees per annum. Instead po, they only involve the payment of a front-end fee at the beginning po of the loan effectivity.
Typical foreign assisted projects are like that. My point there is, delay itong mga projects na ito, you said itong 14.
Yes po, Madam Chair, they are in various degrees po of delays.
And when we undertake foreign assisted projects and we already give our commitment fees and we're delayed, normally may penalties yan, di ba?
Madam Chair, from the lender side po, it's not really a penalty but more of a commitment fee po for keeping the borrowed amount on reserve available for the project po, Madam Chair.
But normally, what the amount that they reserve for us, if we don't use it, there's some form of penalty. Because they already reserved that amount to us. Tama?
Madam Chair, it's technically not a penalty po. It's a financing charge. It's a financing cost.
Whatever you call it, no? Financing charge, financing cost, different terminologies. So, but there is a financing cost, additional financing cost, correct?
That's correct po.
How much is that?
Madam Chair, the total commitment fees that we paid po in fiscal year 2021 is 128 million. However po, we need to check po with the Department of Finance what portion of this 128 million are commitment fees that we incurred due to delay and how much of this po were regularly programmed to have been the commitment fees due in 2021 po, Madam Chair.
But how much is the financing cost or penalties, whatever you call it, that is due to the delay?
Madam Chair, with indulgence po of the body, we need to check po. We need to coordinate po with the Department of Finance to get this information po, and we will submit po to the committee po, Madam Chair.
That's what I'm driving at, because the delay also is a cost. And definitely the cost will increase the project cost. And obviously the request for budget will also increase. So I just want to quantify what is the cost of delay.
Madam Chair, if we may clarify po, the payments po of our loan payments po, whether the principal, the interest, or additional commitment fees are not budgeted po under DOTR's budget. These are budgeted po under the Department of Finance po, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I know that, but regardless, it's the same packet from the pocket of the taxpayer. So just submit to us. My point there, Yusek, is there's a cost to the delay, and regardless who pays for it or which agency pays for it, it's the taxpayer that will bear that cost. And I know that this cost is already running as we speak. So I just want to quantify that. And malaki yan because it's in dollars. Ngayon pa naman that it's depreciating. So I'm sure it's gonna go up the roof. No? So just submit to the committee how much is the delay? What is the cost of delay? And I have a list here on the reasons for the delay. But again, operational efficiency is part of it that the secretary will solve. But para ma-quantify natin in delay, just submit to us the cost of the delay.
We will comply po, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I think mayroon a question here for the bus rapid transit, but that was asked already by Senator Binay earlier.
Senator Gatchalian, since you're touching on the bus rapid transit, dun ba sa EDSA, yung EDSA busway ba yung tawag doon? Wala ba kayong, di ba there's this proposed timer so that buses know how long they can stop before in unloading and offloading? May ganun ba? And then also, is there a move to privatize those that are in the EDSA busway?
Yes, Madam Chair. Steve Pastor po from the road sector. Tama po, Madam Chair. We have bus timers installed in our bus stops. As of now, we have 13 bus timers po set at 30 seconds for loading and unloading of passengers, Madam Chair. For the privatization po, we have made steps towards the preparation of the feasibility study. We submitted a letter to the PPP Center for financing of the feasibility study
Okay,
to explore the possibility of the privatization.
The plan there is to privatize all the buses. What's the plan? Is it to make it all government run or privatize na yung mga buses na yun, di ba?
Yes, Madam Chair, that will be the subject of the feasibility study po.
Okay,
We have
that's
no-
share us maybe during a technical working group we can study this. Kasi kung iba-iba yung minsan hindi naman synchronized yung gulo-gulo, minsan ang daming bus, minsan wala. Madalas nga ngayon wala. On the time that it's needed. Anyway, thank you, Senator Gatchalian. That's all.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair, I'll move to another topic, which is meron naman po, if there's also underutilized, there's also I would call overspending because these amounts are unliquidated. We also saw some amounts that were unliquidated. There are fund transfers to government agencies amounting to 21 billion pesos. And it remained unliquidated, so it's in the books of DOTR. First of all, which government agencies were given these 21 billion pesos? And what is the aging, Secretary, of this 21 billion pesos? Ito naman over kasi binigyan natin but there's no liquidation, so we don't know if the project has already been implemented or the project was executed. It's left hanging in the book. So what are the details of this 21 billion?
Madam Chair, the 21 billion in unliquidated fund transfers, these cover po up to 36 years worth po of fund transfers to our attached agencies. Many of these projects po are for transfers to the CAAP for various airport projects. And the others po are various different projects po comprising the 36 po, Madam Chair.
Yeah, but how come it's not liquidated? Diba? Normally when you do a fund transfer, it's for a specific project and they obviously liquidated with the DOTR para masara yung libro. But as late as 2019, there's 500 million. As late as 2018, there's 2 billion. As late as 2017. So, I admit it's some of them, ang tagal na, 36 years. Baka hindi pa pinanganak si Yusek Kim or si Yusek Batanian. But I'm sure, but the others are very current. So, but my point of the matter there is, meron nang unliquidated, pinatungan pa natin, so lumaki ang unliquidated amounts. So, what's the move to liquidate the amount so that the books of DOTR will remove these amounts?
Yes, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair, to complement the effort of reviewing all our live contracts and MOA, we're also in the process of sending out all our call-up letters for our partner implementing agencies precisely to require them to submit the liquidation reports for all the fund transfers already made consistent with the observations of COA. And moving forward, we'll make sure that we are also observing the COA regulations that we can make additional fund transfers absent the necessary liquidations of previous cash transfers, fund transfers, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair.
Yeah, because iba, very recent, 2016, 17, I admit kung matagal na ito, for example, the 36 years, then I won't flag the department, but we're talking about very current amounts. So, what's the recourse to this? You said, or else it's the OTR that will bear the cost of these amounts. And have you checked whether the projects have been implemented or not? Meron ba kayong, at least man lang na alam natin na implementing projects? Like for example, if it's CAAP, did CAAP implement the project?
That's part of the process that will be undertaken, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair. So from the MOA that was entered into, detailing the deliverables, the amount covered, and the disbursements made, will take into account a review of all the deliverables per the MOA. And we'll be happy to share any of the findings that we'll be having from this undertaking, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair.
Yeah, how many MOAs are these 21 billion?
We don't have the actual number as of the moment, Mr. Senator, but we'll try to consolidate and include in our submission. But there appears to be a number of memorandum of agreements entered into by the department with implementing agencies relative to our projects, not only for 2021, but years prior to that.
Is there a mechanism to check whether the projects are completed? At least man lang, alam ba natin complete na yung projects or not? Is there a mechanism for DOTR management to know if the project has been executed or not?
Madam Chair, the DOTR in the as part of the call-up letters can schedule po actual inspections of these projects, but at least po for the 48 projects between 2015 and 2019, there are 18 airport projects po that have been reported to be complete already but have not yet been liquidated. So this verification po of the implementation status, as well as whether or to what extent these projects have already been completed, will be part po of the verification and validation process po that will be undertaken for this 21 billion of fund transfers po, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You said my suggestion is, because some of the projects are already very old, I'm sure those people who were transacting in the past are either not here anymore or not with government. So I suggest we should require the counterparty just to issue a certification so that we can close this pending liquidation amounts. Kasi if the project is already there, then just certify it so that we can reduce the number of unliquidated amounts, because I don't think they have the records to liquidate it anymore. But my point there is, hindi natin alam kung nagastos yung pera or debt. That's the point here. On the other hand, hindi nagagastos. On the other hand, hindi naman naliliquidate. No? So that's the point of the matter. I was advised by the committee secretary to the cutoff is only until 6:30. So I would like to request the chairperson, Senator Grace, for additional time, because I only wala pa akong 10% with my questioning. But I would like to request the good chairperson to give me some more time to propound my question on a later date.
What is the suggestion of our colleague from Valenzuela in regards to this hearing?
Yeah, I because it's Friday and we don't have session here, I was advised by the committee secretary that the building also has a time constraint. So may I request to defer the budget so that I can propound my questions on a later date.
Okay. With the request from from Senator Gatchalian, and also with the other submissions that this committee is expecting from the DOTR, so that we can have a more comprehensive committee report. This hearing is now suspended.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank Secretary Bautista and the rest of the DOTR team. Maraming salamat po for your time.
Yeah, thank you, Secretary Bautista, and to the other
Thank you.
officers of the
Madam
DOTR.
Chair. Thank you, Senator. Thank you,
I
Your
hope-
Honors.
I hope this is not a baptism of fire for you. I'm sure you've had other lengthy board meetings as well. All right. Thank you and good night.